Hi and welcome to Full Stack Web Development with the MERN stack for absolute beginners. Hit that subscribe button and let's get started. Very quickly before the start of the video, if you want to stay updated with the modern web development courses and content releases, please subscribe to my newsletter. The link is in the video description. Happy coding and learning. I am really excited about this video and about this application. This is geared towards absolute beginners who have no prior knowledge of the MERN stack, and also intermediate developers who want to brush up on their knowledge, or even if you have more experience and you just want to sit back and watch an awesome app being built, maybe like review some stuff, this is still the video for you. So what is this app? This is called the A Stories app, not these stories, A Stories app. And in this app, we are going to create 5 different pages or 5 different routes. The routing is going to be implemented using React Router, my favorite library, and we are going to use the latest version of it. And in here, the first page is going to be the home page. The home page is extremely simple. We just have a title and 4 icons, and that's it. So what is this stack? This stack is called MERN stack. It's an abbreviation of 4 different technologies, but there is a lot more behind the scenes. The M stands for MongoDB. So this is going to serve as our database. Express and Node.js, they're going to serve as our backend, and React plus TypeScript plus Tailwind for styling, they're going to serve as our frontend. So it's a very, very modern and flexible stack. Next up, we have our stories page. This is the main page that most of the functionality of the app is going to go into. And I also have to mention that we are going to implement authentication using Firebase Auth. So in the nav bar right now, you can see there is a user that has logged in. And if I were to go to my Firebase right here, now here you can see we already have 1 user, 2 users, 3 users, and they can, any of these users, if they provide their password or their email address, they are going to be logged in. And why do I want to implement the login functionality or the authentication functionality? The reason behind that is any of these stories, if you click on them, you're going to see the title, you're going to see the description for that story, and then you will have the ability to like the story or add a comment. So if the user is not logged in, I don't want the user to be able to either like the story or add a comment to the story. All right. And when it comes to these stories, what I wanted to do was not to use any kind of dummy text, lorem ipsum. I just wanted to be a little bit more engaging, a little bit more lively. Now, how is this going to work? So we can see we have the title, the visitor beneath the ice, and this story currently has 0 likes. We are going to allow 1 like per 1 user. So if I were to click this, we can see the likes, they're going to go to 1, and we're going to see these changes reflected into our database as well. In our nav bar, in the URL, you can see it says /stories/visitor. So the name of this story is going to be visitor. So if I come right here, if I go to this visitor, I'm going to zoom this in a little bit more so you can see that better. Here is our visitor. And currently, even though we said it has 1 like, it is 0. It's because we need to refresh our database. And as soon as I refresh the database, you can see now the likes, it is 1. It doesn't have any active comments. So let's go ahead and let's add a comment. So in here, I could say Jane Doe, and then I'm going to say this is an interesting story, and you could hit enter, And if you come beneath the comments, you're going to see the name of the user and then their comment. Now, if I come to the database, refresh our database, and if I come to this visitor, come to the comments, object, and there we go. So we're going to have an object that is going to have two properties inside of it. One is going to be written by, which is going to include the name of the person writing the comment, and then we're going to have the actual content for the comment. This is an interesting story. All right. Now, this is the backend part of it. What if you actually log out? So if you log out, as soon as you log out, you're going to see we're going to basically get rid of the like button, and we're going to also get rid of the form altogether. And instead of that, you're going to see this message that says login to like or comment. Now, if you want to log in, you can come to this page. You could write the email. Now, the email address and the password, if you want to log in, you should have created them beforehand. All right. So I could log in using any of these accounts. For example, using this test@gmail.com. I'm just going to put it there. And in here, I'm just going to pass in the password. And as soon as I say log in, now in the menu, in the nav bar, we can say it says test@gmail.com. And I could go to any story that I haven't liked previously, and I could just say click like or add a comment to that story. Let's log out. Let's go to login page. Now, if you go to login page, you don't have any previous account. You haven't created an account. You can just say no account yet and click on this. And in here, you can create an account. To be able to create it, we could say test3@gmail.com. This is going to be the password for that. And as soon as I say create, once the user either logs in or creates an account, we're going to redirect them to this page, to the stories page. And you can see the path for it in our URL as well. Now, if I go to my Firebase and in here refresh this, you're going to see we have our test3 right there. So this is another user that has been added. All right. And they could go to any of these stories and they could just click on like and they say, okay, John Doe, awesome. And I'm going to add 4 exclamation marks. Let's add the comment. There we go. Now, if I come to my database, this is the first story is echo. So here it is. Now, if I refresh it, it has 3 likes. And then whenever any of the users, they like any story, there's going to be a like ID for it. We're going to implement that. So let's get to our comment, John Doe, awesome, with 4 exclamation marks. And I think this is going to be it for the introduction of this app. So let's go ahead and let's actually get started with the app. So if I come to my code editor, VS Code, this is the editor that I'm going to be using. In here, it's blank. There is nothing because we are going to get started from absolute scratch. And one more thing about our front end is that we are going to actually use Tailwind CSS version 4 for our application. And I'm going to show you how you can set that up. So in here, first off, let's just go ahead and open up our terminal right here. Now, the first thing that I'm going to do is I am going to create a front-end directory, and then I'm going to create a backend directory, and this is how you're going to see the code in GitHub as well. So right here, first off, let's go ahead and let's say make dir front-end, and that's our front-end directory. Let's say backend. And we are going to go to our front-end directory. So cd f front-end, there we go. So now we are inside our front-end. And inside the front-end, I'm going to say npm create vt at latest. Now, we pass in the dot because I've already created the front-end directory. I don't want it to create a different directory. Let's go ahead. Let's hit enter. Now, we're going to use React. And of course, we're going to use TypeScript. Now, if I go to my front-end directory right here, and if I go to our package.json, let's take a look at this. So in here, we have our React. For some reason, it is not installing React version 19, even though like it's been, I think, a couple of months since 19 has come out officially, but it still goes to 18.3. In my opinion, it's not a big deal if it is 18 or 19. It is a little bit like of a big deal if it is 16 and then 18. But 18 and 19, it's just a little bit performance stuff. Doesn't really like necessitate for us for this app to install React version 19. However, I am going to install version 19. So let's clear this. For this one, I'm going to say npm install. Now make sure you are within the frontend directory. For now, we're not going to talk about the backend. So we're going to go ahead and work with the frontend for some time, and then we're going to go to the backend directory. I'm going to show you how you can set up Node with TypeScript and how you can create your server. And there is actually one more thing that I forgot. We are going to use Postman as well to test our backend before connecting it to the frontend. So in here, I'm going to say npm install React at latest. And then we need our DOM as well. So React DOM at latest. Let's hit enter. And this should install version 19 for us. This is going to take a few seconds. There we go. So now React is version 19. React DOM is version 19 as well. Now, when it comes to TypeScript, I believe the latest version has already been installed, but we need to go ahead and install Tailwind version 19 as version 4 as well. So in the other screen, I have the Tailwind documentation open. I'm going to just bring it right here. So for the Tailwind documentation, if I come to here, so if you just go to the Tailwind website, you're going to see you will be redirected. Let's zoom out. You will be redirected to version 4. From the top, you can select any version you want. Version 3.4 is the version that I taught my Tailwind bootcamp for Udemy, which I'm going to update in the coming days, I hope. And I'm going to put the update here on YouTube as well. So version 4, just go to documentation and you can see we have the first option is Vite. So I am going to select the script and copy it. Let's come to our code editor. I'm going to put there. Now, before actually hitting enter and installing this, I am going to add our -d because I don't want it to be installed as a project dependency. I want it to be installed as a development dependency. I'm going to hit enter. Now, if you take a look at your development dependencies, you're going to see here we have, let me show that better. Here we have our Tailwind version 4, and we also have the Tailwind Vite that is newly added, version 4 as well. Now, for Tailwind, the documentation tells us that we need to go ahead and implement one more step. And that step is basically we need to go to our vite.config.ts and we need to add the Tailwind plugin here as well. So I'm going to copy that line. Let's save that. Let's go to here. And then I just need to add this Tailwind CSS. That's it. So if I come there, I could just add it right there. And that's it. Well, not it. We need to have our source directory as well. So within the source, we have this index.css file. I'm going to double click on it, get everything, and I'm going to delete that. And the only thing that I need to import in here is going to be Tailwind CSS. There we go. Save that. Now, since I'm here, I'm going to add a few styles. So I'm going to select the base layer. I'm going to say base layer, and within the base layer, we're going to select the body, and I'm going to apply our color. So there is going to be a color that is going to be applied on the body element. That's the color. And I'm going to come right down and I'm going to select our buttons. And on the button, I'm going to apply just one style, and that is cursor pointer. Let's save everything. And we should be done with our Tailwind CSS. Next up, let's go ahead and let's actually import Tailwind CSS in our HTML. I'm going to name this, let me take a look at, so it is MERN Stories, our app, the completed app. This one, what I can do is I could name it just Stories. And we need to make sure that this HTML page actually points or references this index.css. And to be able to do that, we just have to import a link tag. And the path is going to be, now where are we? If you take a look at your directory, index.html and source, they are within the same one. So I could just select source, and from there, I'm going to select index.css. Now, for the body element, since I'm right here, I'm going to add a couple of classes. I am going to just copy paste them, and because I don't want to waste your time, but I'm going to explain what these are. So these classes, they basically limit the width of the screen. So when we reach 1536 pixels, or we go beyond that, we are going to provide a maximum width of 1536 pixels to our body element. And then using margin auto, we basically center the body element. And that's it. That's everything that I wanted to do there. However, there is one other thing that I need to install. Sometimes Tailwind CSS and IntelliSense, like for writing classes, that doesn't work. So you need to install this auto prefixer, or you need to reload your VS Code, and or you need to do both of them. So I'm going to say npm install right here. But we are going to install it as a dev dependency. So it's npm install auto prefixer. And as soon as you install that, let me clear this. We should be able to let's go to our HTML. So in here, if I were to do a check, if I say BG, there we go, we got all of our classes. And we could also go to our index.css. If I say BG, there we go, we got our IntelliSense. That's okay, but nonetheless, I'm just going to close this. Let's open up VS Code again. There we go. Let's zoom this in. Everything should be in order. All right, let's clean up our frontend directory a little bit. I'm going to zoom in for that. So within the frontend directory, we have this app.css file. We have our app.tsx index, the main file. Now from these files, I'm going to keep the main. We did something in our index, so I'm going to keep that. And I'm going to keep this app.tsx, but let's delete everything that's in there. Let me make this smaller. There we go. And this app.css, we really don't need this because we are going to implement the styling using Tailwind. This assets, I could keep it or I could delete it, but I am going to keep this folder because I want to add 5 icons in there, but I'm going to delete this React SVG. So let's just delete this. And I'm going to add these 4 icons. This is the MERN icons that you see in our homepage. So that part is done. I could keep the public, this VT SVG. I could keep it. That's we could use that for this, like this favicon, as a favicon. I'm gonna close this. We don't need that anymore. So what else do we have here? That should be it. So let's go ahead and let's create, first off, we need to talk about what is going to be the directory structure for our frontend. Now I need to emphasize that we are going to get started first off with our frontend directory. And from that point onwards, we are going to talk about backend. So first, frontend. So the way that I'm going to go about this is, if you take a look at our application, this app has several pages. So let's go to the main page, and then we have the stories page, we have the logout page, we have the login page. So we need to have some sort of routing enabled for us as well. And to be able to get started with our app, we need to go to our frontend directory and install that as well. So we need to install React Router DOM. If I come to my package.json, let's just make that smaller. There we go. So in here, you can see the package dependencies. We don't have that. And the specific version that I recommend you install for this app is the following. It's 7.1.1. Now, another way of installing a package is you can just copy paste it right here. Save this package.json. Make sure you are within the same directory. And in here, let's go ahead. Since I opened up this VS Code, I am within the MERN storage directory. I'm not within our frontend directory. So I need to go to my frontend directory. And from here, I am going to say npm install. And it is basically going to go through the package.json dependencies and dev dependencies. And if any of them is not installed, it's going to install it. So this is a different way of coming up with the setup of a project. And now that React Router DOM has been installed, I believe we are done with our packages for now. So we can just get started by creating our application. So the way that I'm going to go about this app is we are going to first implement the routing. And when we implement the routing for different pages, we are going to come up with the content for those pages as well. And I'm going to implement the routing within our app file. So in here, the first thing that I'm going to create is going to be routes. This is going to be an array of objects. Each of these objects is going to contain one of our routes. Let's make this smaller. I think that's enough. And in here, let's create our array. So the way that I'm going to go about creating routes is we are going to have one parent route, and then we're going to have several children routes. For the parent route, we are going to feed it the general or the main layout of our application. Now, keep in mind, every route has to be an object because it has a specific key and then it has a specific value. For the main route, we are going to implement the /. This is the main route. Now, when the user goes to this route, that means when the user goes to this page, what should the user see? The user should see some kind of content. And that content comes from a specific component that we create in React. Now, I have not created the component. I will create it, but the component will be called layout, because this is going to specify the layout of our page. All right. Now, if the user goes to any page that doesn't exist, I want to create a 404 page right here as well. So that's going to be something called error element. These names, they're provided to us by React Router DOM, but the name of the component that we feed to our application when the user visits that path, that is arbitrary. We could name it whatever we want. So it is not found page. Keep in mind, I have not created these components yet. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to create them. So here, what I'm going to do next is I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to have some children routes as well. Now, this is not the children from React. So this is like a mistake. I'm going to get rid of that. And in here, I am going to just put in an empty array because I want to go ahead and create these routes. Now, the layout, I'm going to put it inside of a layouts folder or directory. So on the source, I'm going to right click and I'm going to say layouts. This is a best practice if you go about it like this. And inside of our layout, I'm going to create a file. Now, keep in mind, the name of this has to signify that this is a component, in fact. So this is going to be layout.tsx. When the user goes to that /, they're going to see the content from this component. So it's going to be export default function. I'm just going to put in a simple string right here for now, just so we can get it to work. I'm going to say return. This is going to be layout. This is going to be it. After that, I am going to go out of this layouts folder. Now, the layout goes inside the layouts directory, but then we are going to have the home page, which is a page. We're going to have a login page. In the coming hours, we're going to have a sign up page. So all these pages, they are going to go within their own directory. So in here, I'm going to create another one, and I'm going to say pages. And within this pages, the first file that I'm going to create is going to be not found page.tsx. And what is this going to do? This is simply going to show a string that is going to be not found. And later on, we're going to come back to this and we're going to basically implement this page. So let's save that. Now I need to import these. So let's import them. Let's also import the layout. So if you just remove the last character and just hit enter, it is going to import that for you. Now we created our layout, we created the not found page, we created the array of our routes, but we did not actually provide that. We didn't create the actual route itself. So for this one, I'm going to say const router. This is usually called router, and we're going to use create browser router from React Router DOM, and we're going to pass in the routes that we created in there. Now, we want our entire application to be surrounded by this route. So this is our app file, right? And before actually writing that, if you go to this main file, you're going to see there is one error because our app file doesn't export anything. There is an error right here. Now, we're going to say export default. Now, keep in mind, the only thing that this file or this component is going to export is not going to be our routes. It's going to be the app surrounded by the by our routes. So it's function app. This is our component, and the only thing that this is going to return is our React router provider. The router provider is going to be something that wraps our entire application, and then when you click on any page, you will be able to go to that component responsible for that page or for that path. So this router provider is something you need to basically wrap around your entire application. This is going to accept a router, and we created the router up above, and I'm going to basically pass it right there. Now, I shouldn't have saved it. If I take a look at that, it expects that. Let's save that. And I forgot to close this component. There we go. So let's get this up and running. So I'm going to say, now keep in mind, I am within the frontend directory. I'm going to say npm run dev. Let's hit enter. So our port is going to be on 5174. This is our application. Now I could put these side by side. So let me put that there. There we go. And let me bring VS Code. No, it could be there. All right. So here, there we go. We have our layout. Now, the way that we have implemented this is we said, when you go to the home page, you should see this. And we said, okay, /. Now, / is something that we use in programming and in routing specifically to denote that we are on the main page or on the index page. And writing the / or not writing it is not going to make a difference. So even if I write it right here and then hit enter, it's going to be removed. Now, there is one other route that we implemented as well, and that was the not found page. Now, keep in mind, when we said the not found page, where is the path that the user has to go in order to see the not found page? There is no path. Because if the user goes to any path that our application is not ready to handle, or if there is no component for it, then that's going to be the not found. It is something that is not specified. If it is specified, then it is not found. It is a component that feeds into that path. So if I come right here and if I say / I don't know, like DC and hit enter, you can see we basically catch that error. The reason that I did this is so we have like a more friendly way of telling the user that they have navigated to a page that doesn't exist inside of our application. And I have implemented that there as well. Let me zoom this out. This is really zoomed in. So if I go to stories, if I go to any story that doesn't exist, let's say Earth, I don't have a story with a name Earth. So if I hit enter, you can see it says page not found. And I just added stay at your own risk. So we are going to implement this in here. All right, let's go back to our code. But before implementing that, I need to come up with our home page, the story pages, the individual story page. And then later on, we're going to talk about the login page. So let's create the first page, which within our children pages is going to be our home page. Now, keep in mind, the layout is not going to be responsible. This is just an example. The layout is not going to be responsible for showing the home page. The home page is responsible for showing the home page. So if I go back, if I go to the home page, you can see we don't have anything else. That means the home page is responsible for showing the home page for us. The layout's job is to show the layout of our website, the layout of our application. So you know what, before even implementing that, let's go ahead and let's implement the layout first. So I am going to get rid of that, and I'm going to say this layout is going to return. Let's grab our fragments right there. I want this to return a nav bar on the top. All right, and then I'm going to have some sort of an outlet for the remainder of the content. So we need to grab outlet. This is going to be a component. Now this outlet is provided to us by React Router. And the job of this is basically to act as a placeholder for all of our content. On top of there, we're going to have a component that is going to be called navbar. We are yet to create that, but then I want the entire app to be surrounded by a main element because I want it to be semantically correct. So if I right click, go to inspect, if I come right here, we need to have this div ID root for our React application. But if you go inside of there, what do you see? Let me zoom this in. You see a navigation right here. This is the navigation, which usually doesn't go inside our main app, but then the entire app is surrounded with our main element right here. Now, if I were to go to stories page, we see the same thing. We have our navigation. The navigation is right here. And then we have our main that surrounds all of our content. Now, what is outlet in this scenario? You might be asking, okay, what is outlet? Outlet basically provides placeholder, acts as a placeholder, and that is provided to us by a router. The placeholder is for all the content that goes inside of our main element. Why do we need placeholder? You might have another question. The reason for that is because what goes inside the main changes depending on which route we are. So if I'm in the home page, the route is different. The content of the main is going to be different. So if you take a look at this, we have an H1, then we have a section element, all right? But if I go to the stories page, you can see the content is different. If I go to the logout page or to the login page or to the actual story, individual story page, you can see the content is different. Now we have a title, one section, 2, 3, a form, and another section element. So if you want this content to be shown dynamically, that's why we use React. And this dynamicness or dynamicality comes from React Router. That's why we provide this outlet. Now on this outlet, as I said, I'm going to add in a main element because that's something that I want to surround all the content of my application. The main is going to have a few classes. Now, I do not want to focus on Tailwind CSS specifically for this video. That's a small part of this application. I just want to talk about the MERN part of it, the MongoDB Express React Node. All right, I have a playlist. If you're not sure what these classes are, I have a playlist here on YouTube that teaches you, like gets you up and running with Tailwind. Here are the classes. This is basically these classes, they refer to alignment, and these are just some spacing, internal and external. We don't have this navbar. Let's go ahead and let's create the navbar. Now, navbar is not a page, so I'm not going to put it inside a specific page. I'm just going to right click on the source, and in here, I'm going to say navbar.tsx. And for a navbar, we could just say export function and navbar. This is basically going to return a string that is going to say navbar. Let's save that. Let's import this. Let's save this. And now let's go back to our page. So if I go to my stories page, we are currently on a page that doesn't exist. So if I go to the home page, we can see the navbar, because that is within our homepage. We don't have anything else within the homepage. And we said, okay, I don't want the layout to control the homepage. I want the homepage to control the homepage. I want layout to provide a general layout for our application. I'm going to close the main.tsx. We are going to come back to this once we get to implementing the authentication using Firebase. So let's close that. That is it for our layout file. I'm going to close that, and we're not going to open it up for good. Let's go ahead. Let's implement the remainder of the routes in here. So what do I have here? The first route, as I said, is going to be the home page. So the path for the home page is going to be / what is the component? The component is going to be a key, a value for element key. So if the user goes to the home page, they should see the home page. There we go. So that is the first one. Now keep in mind, an array of objects. So this object is done. Let's go ahead and let's create the other object. I am going to create this as well. This is going to be, now, when it comes to React Router, it doesn't really matter what name you provide to your routes. But some things are really important, like this / is really important. But what comes after the / it has to make sense. Doesn't really matter. It could be something, and then when the user goes to this something page, what should the user see? The user should see this element, which is a component. So it's going to be called story list page. All right. And I'm going to create these two pages. Let's right click, let's say home page.tsx. And after that, I'm going to say story list page.tsx. Story list page. Save that. I'm going to go to home page. Let's just copy the navbar, put it right here, and let's say home page. And put it right here. Let's say story list page. Now I need to import them here as well. Let's save everything, come to our page. All right, we don't see that. Let's reload the page. There we go. So we have our navbar, we have our home page. Now, if I were to go to the store, it wasn't called story, remember? It was something. And now it says navbar is there, but then we have our story list page. But you can see I just wrote it something and then I forgot it. I thought, okay, it was story, because something doesn't make sense. So you need to write something that makes sense. Something doesn't make sense. So here I'm going to say stories because it's plural. Stories, let's save that. Now, if I refresh the page in here, it's going to say not found because we removed something. And instead of that, let's say stories. Why do we see navbar in the home page and then we see the navbar in the stories page? Because of the way we implemented this. So you can see this navbar. We said, okay, this layout is going to be something that is going to be, that's going to act as a layout for our application. AKA, this is the parent route. See, this is the parent route right here, and everything else is a child route. In this specific scenario, the parent route and the child route are the same, but the parent route surrounds the child one. All right. So this is how it works. And we have said, okay, the nav bar is the constant part of it, but the outlet is the children. So the outlet is going to be different when we go to different pages. But as I showed you, nav bar is going to be the same. Cool. Here we are so far. I could add another page for our individual story page right here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave it there because we have a few pages that we have not actually styled. We have our home page. We have let me just get rid of it. We have the story list page, the nav bar, and then we have the not found. For the first thing that I'm going to get rid of is this not found. Let's go ahead and let's actually complete this. So we have a section element in here. This within the section, we're going to have an h1. The h1 is going to say page not found, and we will have a paragraph element. Stay at your own risk. There we go. There are going to be some styles that I want to apply on these. There we go. So we basically apply some layouting styles and some dimensional styles. For the h1, the styles are going to be aesthetics. Let's say class name. There we go. So I basically enlarge the text size, and font is going to be bold, and there is going to be a specific color for our text. But for the paragraph, we are just going to change the color because we don't see that clearly, and just enlarge that as well. Now, how do we see this page? Let me put this on this side. I believe if I just put this to, let me take a look at my editor. I could zoom this out a little bit. I believe you should be able to still see this. If I go to any page that doesn't exist, for example, from stories, I'm going to delete the S. It doesn't exist. We're going to see page not found. Stay at your own risk. The next page is going to be the home page. So let's go to this home page. Let's save that. There we go. I'm going to close this. We're not going to come back to our 404. For now, let's leave this. Let's go to our home page. What do I want to do within the home page? If I go to my app, oh boy, let's zoom this out. If I go to my home page, we're going to see that we have these, we have a title, we have another like short description, and then we have all of our icons. So for the home page, let's get rid of this text. Instead of that, we're going to open up our fragment. So the first thing that I'm going to add is going to be the h1. This is going to say MERN stack app stories, and then before stories I'm just going to add a W, signifying that we are working on it. So there is a difference between the finished product and this one. This is going to be powerful, flexible, and modern. After that, I'm going to create a section element. The section element is going to basically have 4 figure elements. Within each figure element, we are going to import our image. So this is our image. The source is going to be MongoDB for this one. So MongoDB. Now we need to import these images first. So where are the images? The images are within our assets. So I'm going to go on top. I'm going to say import Express from, I'm going to start with Express. Let's jump into, where is assets? Assets, and from there, give me the Express. After that, import MongoDB from, whoops, that is from assets, and let's get the MongoDB. Next step, what do we have? We have the node one. Node from, this is going to be node. There we go. And finally, we have the React one. React, this should be react.svg, or just take a look at it. No, it is PNG. Now that we have imported them, we need to come right here and add the alt. This is going to be MongoDB logo. And I'm going to get this, copy it 3 more times. For the next one, we have the Express. And this is going to say Express logo. After that, we have Node, which is going to say Node logo. And finally, we have the React one, which is going to say React logo. So if I go to my app, there we go. This is the app. You can see all the images, all the logos that were imported successfully. And the last step is going to be to apply these styles. So on the H1, I want to have some aesthetic styles. The same goes to our paragraph. Let me put that right there. For the section element, there are going to be some layouting styles because I want my page to be responsive. For the figure, for all figure elements, we are going to basically decrease the size of these images. So right here, I'm going to pass that there, and that should be it. So both of them should look the same. There we go. You can see there is a W, which means we're working on it. We don't have our nav bar. We're going to work on that as well. So if I just make this bigger or smaller, doesn't really matter. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. Very good. Very good, right? We could add a little bit of padding, px4 on the sides of our title. So once we go to like here, it's not so squished like to the edges, against the edges of the page. Very good stuff. So I believe our homepage is done as well. Next up, we're going to talk about our nav bar. The nav bar for now is going to be very simple to implement. In here, I'm just going to open up our parentheses. What do I want this nav bar to be? I want this nav bar to be a nav element. And for this one, I can say nav right here. And within the nav, we're going to have a UL. Within the UL, we're going to have an LI. Now, each of these LIs is going to be responsible for holding an anchor element of some sort to provide the user with that navigation. Now, if I were to write the anchor element, we wouldn't be able to actually implement the routing of our application, because when it comes to routing, we don't do the anchor element. We write either, we have one of two options when it comes to React router. We have the link element or the link component, or you can use the nav link. What is the difference? Now, when it comes to the link element, this is the standard way of providing navigation for any React app. But if you want to have some active styles for your link, what does that mean? It means when you go to the stories text is highlighted. It has some styles indicating that you are in that page. If you want to have that, then you use navlink. But since I don't want to have active styling, what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to go ahead and I'm going to implement our nav, just the link. Now, link is something that is going to be provided to us by React Router DOM, so you just have to implement that. Now, when you implement the link has to say where it goes. And the link is not a self-closing element. It is actually like a complete element. It has an opening tag and a closing tag. So within the opening tag, what I'm going to say is where I want this link to navigate the user. Now, the first link is going to navigate the user to the homepage. What is going to be the name of the link? The name of the link is going to be homepage. And as soon as I do that, you're going to see homepage right there. Very small, but right there. So if I click on it, it doesn't refresh the page because it is React Router. But it is going to forward user to the homepage. The next page that I want to create, or the next route for the page, is going to be the stories. So I don't have to go to the search bar and type it. I could just click a button and then I could go there. In here, let's grab our link. Where is this going to go? Where do you want it to go? Remember, we actually created that right here. So we said we wanted to go to /stories. So I'm just going to put that right here. What should this link say? It should say stories. Let's save that. Now, if I were to go to the inspect, will I see an anchor element or will I see a link component? What do you think? Which one I'm going to see? When it comes to the actual browser doesn't know what this link is. So it's going to try to convert that into something that is readable by the browser. And what is that? That is an anchor element. So if I go to UL, LI, we see an anchor element. But in here, we're using React Router DOM to implement our routing. So now, even though so small, if I click on the stories, I am navigated to the stories list page. If I click on the home, I'm navigated there. Extremely awesome stuff, right? Now, we don't see these links, so let's try to remedy that. Let's implement these styles. I'm going to apply these classes on the nav element. There we go, already better. Let's apply some styles for the UL. There we go. So far, so good. The next thing that I want to do for our application is to actually populate the stories page. So far, what it says is the text that I've provided here, but the way that I'm going to go about this is I'm not going to populate, or I'm not going to provide all the structure of the data within our page component itself, because I want to have something that is reusable. And I'm going to come back to that. So for now, let's just put the nav right here. In here, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to open up our file explorer, right click on the source, and I'm going to create another component that is going to be called stories list. So stories list.tsx. Now, what is this stories list? Let's go to our finished application, right click, go to inspect, maybe expand this a little bit. So this is our app ID root. In here, we have our navigation. We have already talked about that. We have our main file. And then the outlet is going to be one section element. And this section element, as you can see, it covers all of it. It is the parent for all of our individual stories. See? But then within the section, what do we have here? We have several divs. Each div is going to be one card for one individual story. So let's go ahead and implement that. Now, why didn't I provide what I'm about to write inside this component, this stories list, to our page? Because the page's job is to show all the stories, all of them. But sometimes what you want to do is you want to maybe provide the most liked stories to your homepage as well. But then you need to read from this page to another page. That's a little bit difficult, and it's not that reusable. So I am going to provide the all of the logic within the stories list, and then we are going to basically filter all the stories and show them in the story list page. And in the future, if you want to filter the stories list and show them on the home page, you should be able to do that as well. So in here, actually, before writing this, I need to actually do one more thing, because as you can see for our application, we have all of this content. And then if I click on read more, we have this content here. Where is this content coming from? Now, the way this app is structured is that some of the content is going to come from our front end, from a static file. Some of the content, like the likes, like the comments, like the ability to provide a like, or all of that, that's going to come from our backend. Basically, we are going to implement authentication to handle all of that for us. But we need to have some kind of data to show for our front end as well. So in here, I'm going to right click. Let's create a data folder. Within the data folder, I'm going to create a new file that is going to be content.ts. Now, in this video, another thing that you actually learn is how to iterate over content. So I'm going to copy all of that, put it right here. This is the content that I've prepared beforehand. Let me just collapse the content part of it. There we go. So what is this? The first thing that you need to pay attention is whenever you see something like this is you need to take a look at the syntax. So we initialize something which is called stories to something that looks like an array, and that is an array. So that's an array. Okay. What do we have within an array? We seem to have a bunch of objects. So the array has items as objects. Within each object, we have three members. We have the name, we have the title, and then we have the content. The content seems a little bit weird. So if I basically expand it, all right, so the content is an array, but then the items within the array are strings, which basically signify every individual paragraph within our story. There we go. See? And the same structure seems to be repeated throughout. Now, what is name? The name is echo. So if I go to any of these stories, click on it, if I take a look at my path in the URL search bar, I can see echo. So the way that I'm going to be showing these is I'm going to be iterating over this array. I'm going to grab the name and I'm going to put it using React Router DOM inside of my URL bar. So far, everything's clear, right? And how am I going to actually iterate over it? And why can I iterate? Because an array is technically something that's called iterable. So there is like countable stuff there. I can provide a counter to count those countable stuff. And whenever I get one of those counts, I'm going to do something with it. So here inside of our stories list page, let's go ahead and implement this. Now, if this is like your very first time creating a component in React, or it's like always confusing, why should I create a component? It's because the main idea behind a component is well, actually there are two things. One is so we can break up our application into smaller pieces so we can manage it better. The second thing is that you need to keep in mind when creating a component, or the reason behind the creation of a component is its reusability. The reason that I'm creating the stories list is so I can reuse it several times. Now, the first thing that you need to do with any React component is first just try to write its syntax. Any component has to be exported. It's just a matter of basically functionality, whether or not it is a default or not, but most of the times it is the default export, because one component per file should export one thing, one component. It shouldn't export several components. So that's the idea behind components, all right? So one file, one component, one function, one export. So here, that's the general rule for a general convention. It doesn't hold up everywhere. So what is actually a component? A component is a JavaScript function. So I'm just going to write here function, and then component needs a name. The name of the function should be the name of the file. That's another convention. So stories list. I told you, just get the syntax done. And now if you save it, this is technically a component in React. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't show anything, but it is a component. It's a valid JavaScript function, hence a valid component. Now, what do I want this component to do? I want it to show the page that's in front of me. So all of these stories right here. Now, if you want the component to show something, the component should return something. So then part of the syntax is return and a pair of parentheses. Now here comes, from this point onwards, it's my preference. So far, everything I did was convention and the way React works. But from this point onwards, you could use a main element, you could use a section element, you could use an article element, you could use a div element, but I'm going to go semantic and I'm going to use a section element. What is this section element? This is going to serve as the main container for all the individual stories that we can see right here. So all of these 5 divs are going to be stored here, as I showed you in our console, in the elements. In here, I'm going to apply some classes. So class name, Let's just focus on the React part of stuff for now. These are very simple. Like if you learn React, Tailwind CSS is extremely simple. Now, what do I want to do here? Do I want to say, let's say, echo? I'm going to say echo story. Let's save this. If I come right here, we don't see anything. The reason for that is this component is not attached to our application, even though it is within the same directory, but it's we are exporting it, but we are not importing it anywhere. So if I come right here, get rid of this. Now, open up parentheses, hit enter, and then write the name of the component. What is the name of it? It is stories list. Hit enter. It's going to import it for you as well. And there we go. If I save it, now if I take a look at it, you can see it says echo story. So we are making progress, right? Now, if I were to like copy this, or maybe like cut it, open parentheses, get our fragment, put it there, and repeat it several times, what do we get? We get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 echoes. But is this what I want? No. If I come right here, I have one echo, then the last photograph, then steel and soil, visitor, and then the song. So this is not the way to go, right? Because I'm basically repeating myself with the same hard-coded data. So let's go back to our original one right here. Now, this is going to give me 1, but all the data is right here. So I need to import this content somewhere. But keep in mind, I want this to be reusable. So I'm going to import that right here. I'm going to say import stories. Why stories? Because that is the name of the array. From where is that located? So that's located inside of our data folder, and that's the content. There we go. So now that I've imported that inside of the parent component, now once you create a component and you call it somewhere, wherever you call it, that becomes the parent component for the component you have created. So story list page is a parent for stories list. That's a parent, not the parent, because we could use this, reuse this anywhere we want. Now, I need to pass the stories to this component, and the way we do that is called using a prop. Stories is the prop name. Most of the times, the name of the prop and the name of the value is going to be the same thing. So a prop, think of it like an HTML attribute. The HTML attribute has a name and it has a value. The value is stories. Let's save this. Now, there is an error, and we are going to come back to this. Let's come to this file, and in here, I am going to select our stories. Now, if I want to do anything JavaScript inside React, I need to open up curly braces. And then if I say stories, it doesn't know what that is, because once you pass in a prop to your component, the component function has to accept that inside of here. So think of this as an argument as well. So we just accept it here within the function definition, and we destructure it immediately. So just to make our lives easier. And now the error here is gone, and there is another one here, and that's a type error, because TypeScript doesn't know what the type of this is, and it basically gives it a type of any. And that's not what we want. We want to tell TypeScript exactly what the type of this stories is. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to actually show you how you can type annotate external data. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit. So how am I going to type annotate this? I'm going to say interface. Now interfaces are used to only type annotate objects. Now keep in mind, even though the stories itself, it contains an array, we have passed it as a prop. Props are objects in React. So once you have an object, you could use an interface to type annotate that, or you could use a type. My preference is most of the times just an interface for our objects. Now, what should be the name of this interface? Since I'm type annotating the props of our stories list, I'm just going to say stories list props. And what is this actual prop? So in here, this stories, this is an array of story objects, as I've said here. So this is an array of story of objects, and every object I could call it as a story. So I'm going to grab, first off, you need to select this and put it right here. And then it's going to be an array. Now, I have this choice. I could type annotate the actual array content, which are individual stories, aka objects in here in line, or I could just provide their name here, and then I could create a different interface and put it there. It doesn't really matter which way you go. It's just one way is more readable than the other. So in here, I'm going to say interface story. Now, what do we have within every individual story? This should be called stories. So if I call it stories, then that's going to be plural as well. You know what? Let's just keep it singular. What is going to be every individual story? So for every individual story, we have a name, a title, and a content. So I have a name, I have a title, and then I'm going to have a content. What is the type of name? Type of name is a string. Type of title is also a string. So here I'm going to say string. But what about this array? It is an array of strings. How do we type annotate that? So it is an array of strings. And this is how we type annotate that. It should be semicolon. And now you can see this is not being used. Let's just double click on the name, copy that right outside of the object syntax. I am going to put that there. And now as soon as I do that, you can see there is an error right here. So now we have everything in order. Let's go ahead and iterate over our data. Now, if I want to iterate over this stories, in each iteration, I'm going to end up with one individual story. And the function or method that we use for this kind of stuff is, most of the times it's going to be map. Almost all of the times. So map is going to give me every individual story. And then what do I want to do with every individual story? Now keep in mind, here I'm not opening curly braces because curly braces require the actual return key to be written for an arrow function. When I do parentheses, that's going to do an implicit return, so I don't have to write the return keyword. So let's do that. Now, what do I want to do for every individual story? I need to create its HTML structure because I want to show it in the web page. So for the HTML structure, for every individual story, as I showed you earlier, there is a div. Within the div, we have some sort of an element to hold the title. We have some sort of an element to hold the content. And then if I take a look at my stories, we have this clickable thing. We could provide an anchor element here, or we could select that link component that React Router gives us. And this requires an opening and a closing tag. Now here, what do I want to do for the title? Now, keep in mind, we are within technically an HTML element. So if I want to do something JavaScripty, I need to open up curly braces. Now, let's select our individual story. And as soon as I do the dot, you can see our type annotation has paid off. We have three things on our story. We have a name, we have content, name, and title. Now, which one do I want to use here? Do I want to use the name? No, I want to use that for routing purposes. Do I want to use the content? No, I want to use the title. So there we go. That's title. Now, for the paragraph, I want to actually use the content. Now, this is a little bit tricky. Why? Let me show it to you. So if you take a look at this, you can see there is like 3 dots because we don't want to show the entire content for any individual story in this card. We don't want to show that. We want to show a little bit part of it, and then once you click read more, then you can read the entire thing. Now this content, it's an array, so it is something that we can iterate over. So I'm going to iterate over this, get the first paragraph and limit it by, I don't know, like 50 or 100 characters. It depends on your preference. So how do we do this? Now, first off, we do something JavaScript-y. So let's open up curly braces. And in here, I'm going to say story.content. This is going to give me an array. How do I select the first item of an array? I do this. So the first item has an index of 0. That's going to give me index of 0. Now, I want to get a substring from there. I want to get a sub part of it. So I'm going to say substring. And how many characters do I want to select? I want to select from the first character to the 100th character. And then after that, I want to add, I'm going to select that and I'm going to append something else into it. And what is that? That is going to basically be space 1, 2, 3 dots. Let's save that. So far, everything is okay. So, yep, we have included our link, imported that from React Router DOM as well. Now, the title is done, the paragraph is done. What about the link? The link is going to have some content, right? The content is going to say read more. All right, but any link component that we use from React Router, it has to have that, remember, that to attribute. Where do you want that link to basically go to? Now here, it's very important to pay the utmost attention. So here, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to open up curly braces because I'm going to do something JavaScript. Remember, right? Now, where is every individual story? So if I were to take a look at my URL, I can see I am within the / stories. And if I click on every individual story, it is echo, and then before it / and then stories, and then again /. So this, let's go to another one, last paragraph. We see the same kind of structure. Let's go to steel and soil. We see the same kind of structure. So no matter what I do, I need to have / stories. I'm going to put that right here. So I'm going to open up that, put that right there. And whenever I go to any article, I have a / after the stories as well. Let's put that here. Now that everything's clear, let's say plus. Now, where do I want to get these? Where can I get this echo for this or photograph? Remember, where is that story name? It's right here. It's within this file. So we have this name. Now let's select that here. And I'm going to say story dot, there we go, story.name. Very cool stuff, right? Let's save this. There is no errors. That's very good. Now, before moving forward, there is a couple of more things that we need to take care of. The first thing is we need to apply styles. I mean, we can't just go without styles. And that's the styles for our div. These are the classes that I'm going to be applying for our title. The paragraph is not going to have any classes, but we are going to apply some classes to our link component. And I believe that is it. So let's come right here. And there we go. This is our application. We are reading everything from the mini database that we have in here. So we're reading. You can see we select all of the content and then we append 3 dots in there. Now, if I were to go to inspect, go to the console, let's reload the page, we get this error because once you iterate over something, like I'm iterating over my stories right here. Let me just show it to you better. So here I'm doing some iterating, but nowhere am I specifying the ID for the actual thing that I'm iterating over. So what is the actual thing that is being repeated several times? It is this div. But all of these divs, they have a similar ID. They should have a unique ID. And what is unique about them? What's unique about them is their name. Their name is unique. So what I can say is you need to specify key, and that's going to be story.name. And as soon as I save this, reload the page, the error is gone. Now, every story is unique. It has a unique path. It has a unique ID. Now that this is completed, let's close this, reload the page. Everything is working perfectly fine. Now, if I click on this read more, page not found. We didn't implement that. We said, okay, if you click on this, the link should take you there, but where is our routing implemented? Now I'm going to close this, and if we needed that, I'm going to open that up again. If I come to the app, you can see we have this story list page, but we don't have anything for an individual story. How can we apply that? Now, the way we are going to apply that is going to be using something called in React Router, a route parameter or a URL parameter. And what is this going to do for us is that it's going to help us implement individual story routes as well. So after this story list page, every route is an object. So right here, I'm going to first specify the path for our stories. Now, where was that? Remember, it was /stories, and then we had another /, and then where did we get the name for our individual stories? That was the name. So I'm going to pass in the name, and I'm going to pass in this colon here as well, which is part of syntax of this route parameter or URL parameter. Here you can see this path is shared with the first story, shared with the second one, as well as for as many stories as there are. So that's why you can see that right here. And then this is going to allow us to implement individual stories. Now, where is this coming from? Now, keep in mind, we did not actually write any code for individual stories. We wrote the code for the story list page. We didn't do that for any individual story. So let's actually create the element name first. That's going to be individual story page. We don't have this. This is going to be story page. And once you click on it, then this component is going to basically feed our application with the content, the actual content. Now, let's go ahead and let's create it. Now, since this is a page, I'm going to create it in our pages directory. Let's collapse assets, collapse data, collapse layout. And now we are here within the pages. In here, I'm going to say story page.tsx. Let's open up our component. Now, again, just to export default function. There are shortcuts to do this, but I suggest you just type it out. That's better. That's better, more practice. What is the name of the component? We have already called it story page. And this is going to say return individual. Is it individual story? Let's save this. Let's try to import it, remove the last word, let's remove the last character and just hit enter. And now let's reload the page. Let's first check if there is any error. We don't have anything, that's good. Now if I click on this, what do we get? We get individual story, there we go. If I click on paragraph, we get the same thing. Now, is this what you want? Do you want all the stories to lead to one individual page? Or do you want the stories to lead to their specific pages? Well, we want the stories to lead to their specific pages. So let's jump into our story page. I'm going to get rid of the nav bar. What else? We don't need this anymore. So let's get rid of that. Stories list. I'm going to close it for now. If we needed that, we are going to go back to it. So whenever I click on any of these stories, I should be able to read the content for that individual story, not this text. So in here, let's get rid of this. Before moving forward and writing anything, we need to think of what it is that we want to do. In here, I want to show one individual story, but that display of stories is going to be very, very dependent on where we are. So how do we know where we are? If I go to the completed application, if I click on the void, on the story that has a title of void, I'm going to go to the path that has a name of echo. If I click on the name, on the title, the last photograph, I am going to go to the path that has photograph. So the unique thing about these, as I showed you in the stories list was the name of them. So that's very unique about them. And that uniqueness of the name allows us to distinguish between different or among different stories. And that's exactly how we are going to leverage what we are going to leverage in order to come up with unique paths for unique stories. So here, first off, let's just write what I want the story to look like. So I want, for now, I just want to have the title and the paragraph or the description for the story. But if I were to right click, go to inspect, let's take a look at the actual structure for this one. So if I go to the main, I can see I have one H1. Let me bring this down. So the H1 is the title. That's okay. Right here. And then I have a section element. Let me make this a little bigger. Let's bring this down, zoom this out so we can see where we are. So that's the H1. And then I have a section element that surrounds the entire content of the story. And then I have another section element for the likes, which currently just holds a paragraph. After that, I have this content that says log in to like or comment. And finally, I have a section element that is going to basically be, that's going to act as the comments wrapper for us. But for now, I'm going to keep it simple. I want to create this H1 and I want to create the section element that shows the entire text of the story itself. So right here, we can see we have our individual story. So I'm going to create our fragments because I'm going to have one H1. The H1 was a direct child of the main element that we created in our layout. So I'm just going to say an H1. This is going to be the title of the story. So we need to select our story somehow. I'm going to say story.title. Now, keep in mind, once we select the story, what we do is we need to check if it is the correct story. So let me come right here. Now, if you want to implement any kind of logic inside of your component, you should implement it before the return. That's the common convention, because you don't want to overcomplicate your JSX. JSX should be as pure as possible. But the remainder of the logic should go outside of the JSX. And what I mean by this, whatever this return does, it's going to give us a JSX element. But whatever we write here, that's going to be the JavaScript logic part to basically change the JSX in a dynamic way. So what do I want to do here? I am going to say const story, every individual story. Now, I want to check the names. So I'm going to say stories.find. This is going to give me one individual story. For every individual story, if I say .name, there is a name for it, and the name should be equal to this name. What is this? The second name. Story.name, that comes from stories. And where is stories coming from? We already know that. Let's import that. In here, I'm going to say import stories from data content. I know that. But what is this? The second name. The first name is, it comes from this data. The second name is something very, very interesting. And this comes actually from a hook that React Router gives us. So React Router gives us a hook that's called use params. The reason that we use this is because we want to access a URL parameter or a route parameter. That's why we use the use params. So use params is going to give us an object. What is that object going to contain? It's going to contain this name key that we have here. So since this is an object, I'm going to destructure it in place just to make our lives easier. Come on, const. There we go. So now you know this name is exactly the one that we have written here. So if I am on the same path, if it is echo, that means this name is echo. Let me just write it. So let's say name gives me echo, right? That comes from use params. I put the echo right here. And then I check all of my stories. Which story has the name echo inside of it? And once I find that, I store it within the stories variable. That's the echo story. That's an object, right? Because every individual story, as you know, it's an object. So on this object, I'm going to select the title. So when I'm selecting the echo story, what is going to be the title for the echo story? It's going to be Echoes of the Void. And this is how we are going to implement one route per one story. Let me go back. There we go. So far, everything is making sense. If I hover on this, it says it's possibly undefined. That comes from TypeScript. So what we can do is we can just add in the exclamation mark. And in TypeScript, this is called the non-null assertion. We basically assert, we say, okay, this is not going to be null. So just don't worry about it. Now you can see we have our story. And this is the good thing when you type annotate stuff in TypeScript. You get all of this for free everywhere you use that. So we got the title. Next up, we need to get the paragraph, the content for our story. And if you remember correctly, all of that, they were stored within our section element. So within the section element, we are going to have several paragraphs. But then how can I implement several paragraphs? Should I do this and then put every individual array item, which is actually string, into here, or I can use the map method. I'm going to use the map method. So we are now within every individual story, and for every individual story, we grab the content of that because we want to show the content here. And you know the content is actually an array, so we can use the map method on it. For every individual content, we are going to generate a paragraph. And keep in mind, this is going to be parentheses here. So what is going to be the paragraph? Let's just create the paragraph element right there. And the paragraph element is going to be P. I could say, yeah, it could be P because all of these are P's. I don't want it to be confusing. What should I name this? Stir. Let's just name it stir, since that is a string as well. So it's a very generic name. I know. Let's save that. So the only thing remaining is these paragraphs. They should have a unique ID. So I'm going to say key. What is unique about them? It's the actual, well, I could use the indices, but that's not a good practice in React. But then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use the stir itself as the stir is going to be as the ID for every individual paragraph. And I believe this should be it for our stories. We need to apply some styles, but we could do that later. So there we go. Now you can see already everything has been applied. Let's go to console. Let's see, there is one error. Reload the page. The error is gone. Just reload the page. Most of the errors are going to go away. Echoes of the Void. If I go back, if I click on the visitor beneath the ice, now you can see we need to apply the styles because we want to be able to see stuff. So I'm going to get started with our title. This is the styles for the title. And then we have the following styles for our section element. There we go. Already it looks better. And then just one style or one class for our paragraph, just to make sure it is readable enough. Okay, there we go. So both of them are the same, right? Yeah, they look the same. Let's go back. Let's click on steel and soil. There we go. And song beneath the waves. Perfect. So what did we do? We did a lot of stuff. We completed the home page. We completed the stories page. We completed this read more functionality. So far we have implemented 3 main routes: the home, stories, and then the individual URL parameter for our individual stories. Now, this is actually a very good point for us to hit the brakes and to jump into our backend folder and to talk about some backend stuff. But before that, what I want you to do is to actually go ahead and install Postman. Postman, I'm going to just search it for you, Postman download. Oh boy, this is too bright. So right here, if you just search for Postman download, you should be able to go to this page and it should be able to detect your OS. Just go ahead, click on install. The installation, I believe, is extremely simple. It's extremely simple. And why do we need Postman? The reason that we need Postman is once we are within our backend, we need to create some paths. When the user goes to a specific path, what do we want to show the user? But then for now, we are going to keep the front end of our application as well as the backend separate. Once you create a server, you need to make requests to that server. Like, what is that? So you can see I said Postman download. When I wrote that and I hit search, that is a request that I sent to the Google server to give me everything you have on this Postman download. And then the Google server gave me a response. So that's exactly what we are going to implement in a very small scale, on a very, very tiny scale. All right. Now, if I click on this URL, you can see it goes to https://www.postman.com downloads. So that's a URL or that's a path. And as soon as I click on it, I'm making a request to it and I'm asking, give me this page. And this page is being sent to us in the form of a response. I need to show you how you can create a request, how you can basically accept a request for your server, and then how you can formulate some kind of a response and send that to the front end. Now, our front end is responsible for making requests to the server. Our front end is not connected to our server, right, at first, all right? So we need to have some kind of a way to send requests to our server, and that's exactly what Postman is going to do. So with Postman, if you just take a look at this. Just take a look at the screenshot right here. This is some kind of a server right here. And you are able to make requests to the server. Why? Because you want to test your server. Is the server is going to work correctly, depending on the different requests that it's going to receive. And once the server receives this, the server has to respond in some way. So either the server is going to say, okay, here is the Postman page that you requested, or I'm not sure what you're talking about. For example, if I were to write this and hit enter, it's going to say 404. I am not sure what you're talking about. So we did implement a 404 page as well, right? And it wasn't as beautiful as this one, but nonetheless, it was functional. So if you go to any path for which the server is not basically configured to send a response to, you're going to end up with a 404 page. Now, all of this goes to the backend part. And that's what we're going to implement using Node and using Express. You could do this in 100 different ways, but the way that I'm going to go about this, because this is the MERN stack, we talked about the React part. We need to talk about the Node and Express part. And after that, I'm going to bring in MongoDB or our database, and then we're going to connect everything together. So our front end is actually talking to our backend. Now, just one more thing. What is the front end? This browser right here in front of me that this is open, this is my front end. All right? Because with this, I can click on this contact sales. That's going to make a request to the Postman server. I can click on launch Postman. That's going to make a request to the Postman server. So with your mouse, with your browser, you are the front end. That's why React says UI, user interface, the part of the app that the user is facing. All right. So once you click on anything, it's going to make a request to the server. And then the server is our Node.js. And then we need to be able to respond to that request. And I'm going to show you how to do that. Just go ahead and install this. It should be very, very simple and easy to install. And from here, I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. If I needed any of these, I know where to find them. I'm going to keep our front-end app running, and I'm going to click on this plus button right here. This is going to create a new terminal for me. First off, I need to make sure, where am I? Where am I in my terminal? So let's first let it to load stuff for us. You can see it's not loading. Great. Sometimes it takes, there we go. So let's clear that. Now, if I do an ls, and if I come right here, let's do another ls. There we go. So I am within the main directory, which is MERN Stories app. That's why I can see the backend and I can see the front end. So I want to work in the backend. So what should I do? I should say cd b tab. That's going to complete it for me. Hit enter. Now, if I take a look at the way that I've configured my terminal using all my posh, it just shows the latest directory that I'm in. So the latest directory is backend. And just to make sure, I could say ls and I shouldn't see anything because there is nothing in the backend directory. Let's clear the terminal. Let's take a look at that. I am going to collapse all of our front end and I'm going to click on this backend so it is open for business. Inside of the backend folder, the first thing that I need to do is I need to initialize an npm project. So for that, I'm going to say npm init y. And what this is basically going to do is it's going to generate, it did generate a package.json file with the following information inside of it. So let's go ahead and open that up. Now, if you take a look at this, there are no dependencies for our project and there are no development dependencies as well. So for dependencies, what I'm going to use is going to be Express version 4. So let me just copy that, put it right here. We're going to do an npm I, so that's in that way it will be able to install that for us. Now, make sure to have installed this version of Express for this app to work. And then our project also depends on some development dependencies that we're not going to see when we go to production with our app. These are going to be the development dependencies. What are these? Let me go over them one by one. So in the development dependencies, since I am going to be using TypeScript on the server as well, we need to have types from our TypeScript that refer to our Express server. All right. And we need to have types for our node as well. We are using NodeMon, or I believe it's also pronounced NodeDemon. So NodeMon, we use this to automatically update our server. So once you make changes to any part of the server configuration, you need to stop the server and rerun it again so those changes can be reflected. But that's going to be done automatically using NodeMon. We use this to actually be able to run a server version of our application in TypeScript. And finally, we need to have TypeScript there as well. So that's what we have. Now, in order to install all of this, what we need to do is we need to first make sure you are in the backend folder. And in here, we're just going to say npm I. This is going to create a node modules folder, but since I didn't save the file, let's just save this and run this again. This is going to install all of the packages. And here it is, node modules. Next up, what I'm going to do is I am going to, now this on the side, it's going to take too much real estate. So let me click here. I'm going to grab our terminal, put it right here on the bottom. Okay, so we need more real estate in our VS Code. In the backend, I'm going to right click, and the convention is to create a source folder. And within the source folder, we're going to create, it's either going to be server.ts or it's going to be index.ts. Doesn't really matter as long as you provide something in there. So this index.txt, this is our server file. A while ago, I told you to go ahead and install a Postman. This is our Postman. Once you install it, you're going to see something like this. It should be similar to this, All right, you shouldn't see a lot of differences, a lot of changes. Now in here, what we're going to do is we're going to use this Postman to actually send requests to our server to test our server, how that works. To be able to send requests, we need to come up with some kind of configuration for our server. Now, I want to say something that from this point onwards, when we want to set up the server and when we want to set up our database, there are going to be some configurations that we need to have in order for our server to work. You can think of it like your internet connection. It doesn't make sense, all of the configuration, but there is some configuration there so your internet connection can work. All right, and we have some kind of an idea like that in our Node.js server as well. So the first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to import Express from Express, and then I'm going to show you how you can create your very first endpoint. Now, an endpoint in Node is somewhere or some path that you can send a request to. So if the user is coming to my website and they send, like once they open my website, they click on like arnacode.com, that's going to be a request sent to the server where my website is located or hosted. So that's going to be a request. And that is in its own an endpoint. So you make a request to an endpoint, and then that endpoint has some sort of configuration, and then it's going to give you some kind of a response based on that endpoint. Based on that request that you got. So in here, the first thing that I did was I imported Express, and next up, I need to create a new Express app. So I can do that using app. And in here, I'm going to say constant app is equal to Express, and we call this. Now, if I come right here, you should be able to see that it has been type annotated. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to type annotate this myself. So now let's just import this type. So if I go to the top, I'm going to say, I have imported the Express from Express, but then there are some types that I want to import from Express as well. So I want to import the type for Express, and I want to import the request type that we are going to use, the response type. And there's going to be one more thing, but we're going to keep it, we're going to talk about that later. All right, now that we have created the app, we can technically we can create some sort of an endpoint to which we can send requests. Now, when it comes to endpoints in any kind of server, there are several ways of sending a request to an endpoint. So if you open up your Postman, if you come right here and if you click on this new, so once this is open, you can see we have right here HTTP. Now we are going to go ahead and we're going to make HTTP requests to a specific server that we are about to create. Let's click on that. Now, what did I mean by there is like a lot of different kinds of requests that you can send? So if you click on this drop down, there is a GET request, there is a POST request, PUT request, patch, delete, head, options. So the requests that we're going to do for, or we're going to make for our current application are going to be GET and are going to be POST. So a GET request, as the name suggests, it's a request to a server to get the data, but not be able to change that. But then the POST is you get the data and you change that. Now, where is our server? We have not actually created our server. So let's go ahead and let's create that. To be able to create an endpoint, we need to select our app that we created, and then we define what kind of a request it is that we want to handle. As I said before, for now, we are just going to go ahead with GET. So I want to get some info from the server and show it in any front end that I have. For now, this Postman acts as my front end. It acts as the React app. It just acts on behalf of the React app. So once I say GET, where is going to be, what's going to be specifically, you need to specify the endpoint to which the user sends that request. Because if the endpoint doesn't exist, as you saw before, you're going to end up with a 404 error. So you need to specify. Now, since we are just testing, I'm just going to say test. Once the user makes a request, a GET request to the /test endpoint, we are going to run a function. The function is going to have two parameters for now. One is going to be request, type of request. The other one is going to be response, type of response. And this function is going to execute something. That thing is going to be the response that we send to that request, to that GET request. What should be the response? Now, you're going to say res.send. What do I want to send in here? Now, I could just say hello from test endpoint. So now that we have created our request, we have basically handled our request using a response, we need to make sure the server is up and running. If the server is down, then the website is down. Then there is no request, there is no response, there is nothing. So we're going to say app.listen. This is going to make sure the server is up and running. The server requires a port. In the app, in the example app, in the completed app, the port is 8000. In here, I could say the port should be 3000. It doesn't really matter what thousand that is, as long as it is unique. It is like uniform. So if it is 3000, later on, once we connect our frontend with this backend, we should connect it on this 3000. So you should memorize this. You should learn it by heart. Now, once the server is running, it's going to implement the following function. And we could just say log, we could say console.log, and we can say server up and running on port 3000. And let's add the ampersand sign. Server up and running on port 3000. So let's run our application. I am going to go to our terminal. Let's clear everything. Now, before running this, let's jump into our package.json file. And within here, so far within our scripts, what we have is we just have a test script. Now, I want to be able to do an npm run dev and the server should run. And remember, we installed nodemon. So I'm going to say nodemon. Where is our server? src index.ts. And then in here, should it be called test or should it be called dev? I believe if it is called dev, that is better. So in here, I'm going to say npm run dev. If there are any errors, we are going to make sure that there aren't. So let me just take a look at this. Now, this is a very, very important error that we face right here. And it is very important for you to understand that if your server is written in TS, it has to have the TS configuration. And that's why it says app crashed. So let me close the server or like stop the server. You can just do Control-C and it's going to stop it for you. And how can I fix this? Now, the way that I'm going to fix this is going to be npx, and then we're going to say tsc --init. This is going to basically create a basic TypeScript configuration for us, but make sure you are within the backend. It doesn't have to be within the source. All right. Now, as soon as I do that, there we go. So this is tsconfig.json. Now, if you access the source code for this project, you're going to see that I have given you a different kind of config. So I'm just going to copy all of that, put it right here. I've worked a lot with this app and I found out that this is the particular setup that works. So let's save that. If you don't know, just go to the GitHub, go to the backend, tsconfig.json, copy all of the configuration from there into your own file. All right, and in here, I'm going to try to run our server and we're going to see if there is any other error. We're going to fix it. Otherwise, we should be able to see server up and running. I forgot the N right here. So let's add that. Let's save this. There we go. So now you can see it says server up and running on port 3000. Now, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think about it before answering it. We are here, this is the Postman application, right? And here is our server. How does Postman know where our server exists? How does it know? Because the server, it is local. It is on port 3000. It is local. It is not public. So as long as there is no public API or endpoint to which we can make a request, we cannot check or test our backend. So what we need to do is we need to make this public. How do we do that? So you can see this ports right here. Click on it. It says no forwarded ports. We need to forward the URL of our backend. It's going to give us a warning that if you make it public, everyone can access that. It's okay, because by the time you're watching it, it's going to be up and running and the server is going to be closed. So you don't have to worry about it, but that's how it works. So what is the port number? It's 3000. And this is what I meant by memorizing this 3000. So as soon as I do that, there we go. We got this address right here. And you can see it's like something 3000 dot something dot something dot ms. Now, is it visible? No, it's private. So right click, go to port visibility, make it public. Here is the error. This is the error that I was talking about. So it's basically saying that you want to make this public. Everyone is going to be able to access it. You might have sensitive data, or just make sure insensitive data or non-sensitive data is secure. Anyway, let's just say continue. Now you can see this is public, right? And in here, it says copy local address. Click on it. It just copied that. Come right here and paste it there. And I'm going to save that. Now, I hit enter and it gave me a 404. I didn't do it like unintentionally. I did that intentionally. Why did it give us 404? Not found. That's so like if you want to have like a basic knowledge of servers and how they work, you need to have the status codes, HTTP status codes. If you just search for it, there is an MDN, there should come up an MDN website article for it. They explain everything extremely efficiently in there. So a 404 basically says that we made like the front end of an application made a request to the back end of an application, but for that request, the backend was not configured. So it sent not found. I'm not sure what you're looking for. I don't have this, but you might be asking, okay, we did configure that. No, we didn't. We configured /test. So as soon as I do test and make sure it is a GET request, as soon as I say send, there we go. And congratulations, you just configured your very first server, if that is your very first server. In the React part of our application, we talked about how when we go to a specific URL for a specific story, it's always going to have /stories, and then it is going to be followed by the name of the story. So if I were to go to our completed app, if I click there, since the name of the story is echo, it is going to be shown in here. But it doesn't matter if it is echo or photograph, we are always going to have that stories, that parent URL for our stories. Now, let me show you how you can implement something like that in Postman. But first, let's zoom this in so you can see that better. So right here, after the /, I want to have stories, but then after the stories, what the user is going to send as a request is going to be the name of the story. So once I clicked on echo, I should see the content for the echo coming from the database. Some content is going to come from our static content.ts, and some content is going to come from Node.js or MongoDB, but nonetheless, it's going to come from somewhere that's not related to our front end. Now, we want to keep the stories URL, but then after the / here, we don't want to specify a hard-coded path. So the user might send a request for echo, they might send a request for photograph or for visitor or for any of the stories that we have. Let's say we want to see a request made to the echo. Now we need to be able to catch this inside of our server. So then we can send a proper response. Now, how can I catch this? I'm going to copy this part. Let's come right here. And in here, instead of test, I'm basically going to put that here. Now, keep in mind, this is still going to be a GET request, but as I said, we don't want to hard code the echo. So I'm going to get rid of the echo, and we are going to use route parameters here as well. Now, as soon as I do the name, this is going to be echo for echo. It's going to be photograph for the last photograph. For steel, what is the name? It's steel, right? So it's going to be steel for steel, and depending on any story, it's going to grab its name. Now, how can we actually target that here? Where we could say story name is equal to, let's add that. Now, this is going to be name, but this name is not available to us right here. It's available to us in something that's called the parameters for a specific request. So we have this request. On the request, we have something called params. And this is going to give us an object, but I just want to grab the name from there. So const, there we go. And let's save this. Just make sure the server is running and make sure there are no errors. Let's go to our Postman. And as soon as I send a request, you can see we got story name echo. Why did we get echo? Because the user or the front end sent a request to the echo story. So we should show the content for that echo story. Now, if this was since these are just written here, so if I write anything in here, that's going to be converted as a story for us. You can see it's 1, 2, 3. Now, we don't want this to happen. We have a limited number of stories. We have, let's say, visitor. Let's save that. There we go. We got visitor. So we have a limited number of stories. We don't want to handle all like possible strings a user could pass as the name for a story. All right. So what we could do next is we could actually create something called an in-memory database, and this in-memory database is going to serve us just for the time being. Just so I can show you a couple more requests and how to handle them. I want to show you how to be able to increase the likes for a specific story and perhaps provide comments for a story, and those are going to be post HTTP requests. I want to show you those, but then I need to have something so I don't worry about all possible strings. So in here, we're just going to create an in-memory database, and once we connect our MongoDB, it's going to be stored there, the signature is going to go there, and then we're going to remove it from here. But for now, we have to create it. So I'm going to come right here, and in here, I'm going to say const story. I'm going to type it out so it's really clear what it is that I'm doing. Now, this is eventually going to go to my MongoDB database. If I go to the MongoDB database, if you take a look at that here, we have a specific ID for every individual story. That's something that is going to be generated automatically by MDB. We have a name, so I need to take care of that. We have likes, I need to write that here. We have comments. Now, when it comes to the like ID, for now, you don't have to worry about it. All right, we are going to come back to like ID. So for now, the only things that I need to worry about are these three things. We have the name, the likes, and then the comments. So in here, I am going to say name. Now keep in mind, the name, the like, and the comment, that's specific to one story. So I have to repeat that 5 times for 5 different stories. So I have a name for one of my stories, and I want that to be specific, so that's echo. Now, what should I do here? I have a key, and then I have some kind of a value. What kind of a data structure should I use? The best one for this specific use case is an object. So I'm going to use an object. Now, initially, all of our content or stories, they're going to have 0 likes as well as 0 comments. But comments, let me just pluralize that. Now, comments is going to be an array because we might have more than one comment, but likes is just a number. If you increment it, that's going to be like 0, 1, and then 1, 2, and so on and so forth. So this is our very first story. Let's repeat it 4 more times. For the second one, we have photograph. For the third one, we have steal. Fourth one, visitor. Fifth one, song. Photograph. I hope I didn't misstep this. Photograph. All right. Now that we have created all of these stories, let's add comma in there. There we go. Now that we have created these stories, we need to check if we are accessing any of these stories. And then depending on which story we have selected, we're going to either add a comment or increase the story likes. So how can we actually check that? So if I come right here, what's unique about these stories? What's unique is their name. And we have already handled something like that inside of our frontend. So we are going to do almost the same thing in our backend as well. That's the good thing if your frontend and your backend are written in the same language. You can use almost the same kind of logic in here. So first off, if I want to increase the likes, that's no longer a GET request, that's a POST request because I'm changing something on the server. So I'm going to grab my app and I'm going to say app.post. What is the URL or endpoint that I want to send my request to? That's going to be stories. And then depending on the name of the story, what name the story has. I don't want to hard code it. I'm just going to say name in here. We're going to select the likes for it. But then since I want to make this a server route, I'm going to prefix it with something called API. Because to this route, we are going to make an API call and we are basically going to change something. And it is a best practice to just prefix it with an API, and later on, you're going to see why we did this when we try to connect our front end to our backend. All right. For now, just think of it like this is something that we need to do for our configuration. Now, in here, what I'm going to do next is to find out if this story that has come from our request matches the story that we have in our server, then we increase the story likes. So we have some kind of a request for which we are going to use this type. We are going to have some kind of a response. And then what am I going to do in here? Now, we're going to check if the story name is the same. So I'm going to say const story is equal to, how did we do this when we talked about in frontend? We basically got our story and we said find story and we said, why is it happening? Story dot find. So I'm going to say story dot find. And we're basically going to select the stories for which the name is equal to the name that the user has sent us. And how did we get the name that the user has sent us? We got it using request.params. So in here, I'm going to say story dot, again, I'm going to say story dot name is equal to, where was the name? It was request.params.name. So if this is the same, then it means that we have basically selected the story for which the user has sent a request. Now there seems to be block scope variable stories. Now I have to change this. It's not selecting that. So I'm going to say stories. There we go. So now, through this way, inside of the story const or inside of the story variable, we have the story for which the user has sent a request. Now, if this is the condition, if we have selected that story, what do we want to do next? We want to grab that story, and on the story, we have something called likes. And then we are going to increment that by 1. Let me get rid of that. And let's see what's the problem here. It says story is possibly undefined. So if I take a look at the type of this, that's not undefined. So now that we have handled the request, let's try to configure a response, response.send. And in here, we could write anything you want. I could say story, which story? The story comes from request.params.name. I could say has, let's say has, and then plus story.likes. Again, story.likes. Yeah, I could just say story.likes, and then I could say likes plus. That should work, right? So we got the story name, and we basically put in these story likes. Let's save this. Let's try to make a request. So we have, let's say, visitor. And on the visitor, we're going to go to like. Now, remember, the name of the path or the endpoint, that's just like. So if I make a GET request, I should get an error because we configured a POST request. So I'm going to say POST request, send that. Stories visitor like. Let's take a look at our server. So we got, oh, I forgot the API. And now let's send a request. There we go. So we got story visitor has 1 likes. And now if I click on it again, it has 2 likes, 3 likes, 4, 5. Now, what's the issue here? The issue is if I were to come right here to my server, and if I stop this, now if I try to run it again, if I send it again, you can see we basically started from 1. So the problem is that we are not storing our data anywhere. We need to store our data. Now, this is the likes. Let me show you how you can implement this for comments as well. But before that, let's select another story. Let's say echo, like it. We got 1 likes, 2 likes, 3 likes, and 4. What about a story that doesn't exist, like deep? If I click on it, you can see 500 internal server error. We didn't configure this. We don't know what the story is. Let's go to song. And there we go. 2 likes. Perfect. Now, I am going to show you how to configure the comments endpoint as well. And then we are going to get started with our MongoDB so we can put this there. And whenever we increase the likes, it actually stays there. It doesn't change from there. It doesn't get restarted once we restart the server. So how do we do that? We basically almost the same way. So what I could do is I could just copy this part and come right down here, put it there. Now, first things first, we need to make sure that this is a post request because we're changing something on the server. It's no longer going to go to like, it's going to go to comments. We're still going to have our request and response. We know that. Now, the way that we select a story is going to be the same. So we have the story name that comes from the front end that the Postman sends us. And let me just show that to you. So this is something that comes from the front end, and story.name, this is something that has been stored inside of our in-memory database. So now you know which one comes from where. We basically check that we get the story, but in here, we don't get the story likes, we get the story comments. And once we get the comments is actually an array. So if you want to add something to an array, how do you do that? You can use the push method. So what do you want to add to that specific array? You don't want to add another array. You want to add an object. What is the object? Let's go to our database. So for this echo story, I have one comment. If I just click on this, you can see we have an object. If I click on that, we have two things. We have written by John Doe, and then we have the content. And this is exactly what we need. So I'm gonna copy written by. Just double click on it. I'm gonna put that in here. Let's go back to the database. Let's grab the content. I'm doing this so you really know where that's coming from. And I'm going to put that there. If I hover on this, this is going to basically say that it has a type of any. That's the problem in here. The way we can get rid of this issue is to look at something that's called a request body. So if we wanted, when we wanted to compare these story names, we looked at request params. Now for this one, we're going to take a look at request body. So every request is going to have a body of information with it. And from the body, what we can do is we can select something called written by, which is going to specify who has written the article. And then we could select the content. Now keep in mind, the names should be the same thing. And I'm basically going to initialize that. Now that we have initialized written by and content, the only error remaining should be our type error. So if I take a look at that, you can see it says it is of type never. This argument of this entire thing is of type never. And why is that? I'm going to show you why that is. And the written by has a type of any. And they are different types. Now, the reason for that is because our comments is initialized with an empty array. So this in TypeScript is going to be a type of never, and that type of never cannot accept something that has a type of any. So what we should do here is we could actually type annotate this. So I could say interface story. We were eventually going to type annotate this, so let's just do it right here. I'm going to say every story is going to have a type of a name with a type of string. And then it's going to have likes, type of number. Comments is going to be of type comment, but that's going to be an array of comments. Let's go on top. Let's create our comment type. And for this one, so what do we have within our comments? For every comment, we have these two. But the good thing is both of them are of type string. Let me put that string here as well, save that. And now we should be able to, let me type annotate our stories with the story that I've created. Let's say story, but it's going to be an array of stories. Now that we have created these specific type annotations, we could actually make a request to this endpoint, but there is a couple of more things that I need to do. Looking at it, we can see that if I were to make a request or any user make a request, we would still be sending likes. That's not something that we want. And now when it comes to this request body, this is going to be in the form of JSON. Our current server has not been configured to handle JSON data. So what do I mean by this? When the user sends a request to us, in the form of written by, which is a type of string, and content, which is a type of string, that's an object. When you want to send an object to the server, it has to be in the form of JSON. And our server cannot handle JSON right now. So we need to make sure that it can handle. So I'm going to come right down beneath the app where I've created my Express app. I'm going to say app.use. And in here, I'm going to say express.json. That's it. Now our app can handle JSON requests if there is any. So if we have a body that has JSON, we are able to handle that. Now that that part is done, do we want to send likes as a part of our comments? No, we don't want to send that. We want to send a JSON request back to the user. Why? Because if you have worked with any kind of an API, you send a request and what you get is also JSON. That's how servers communicate. and then you parse that JSON. You convert it into a JavaScript object, you parse it, you get the data out of it, and you put it inside your JSX or HTML elements. All right, so in here, I'm going to say res.json, and what do I want to send back? I want to send back the story, because from the story, I got the comments, and that's the only thing that I'm going to be sending back. So in here, I'm going to say story, and our server should be working correctly. So in here, I could say stories, songs, like. If I were to add a like, that endpoint still works, as you can see. There we go. But then instead of likes, let's add comments, but it is expecting some JSON. So we need to go to the body and make sure you click on raw and make sure this is JSON right here. And what was the signature? How should we add that? So if you recall, we had this written by, and then we had that comment. Both of them were types of string. So let me copy that and show you how you can change that. So if I put this here, this is not valid JSON. When it comes to JSON, the key has to be in quotes as well as the value. So the key is written by, this could be Jane Doe. And let's add a comma. The value for that key is also a string. So the content is of type string. Let's add something in here. Let's say cool with 3 exclamation marks. Let me bring this down. There we go. So this is the request that we are sending. Now keep in mind, later on, we are going to make this request from our React app. But for now, we're just doing it from our Postman. And make sure the type of our request is post. Let's send this. And there we go. What did we get? What do we get? Let me zoom this out a little bit. What do we get? We get an object, a big object, which looks like a JSON object, which it should be, as it is written right here, because that's what the server sends back as well. So what do we have within the JSON object? We have a name. Where is that coming from? That's coming from that in-memory database that I've created, that we created together right here. Echo, there we go. It's the song one. It's the last one right here. And then the number of likes, we just increased it to 3. And then the comment was empty, but now it says written by Jane Doe and content cool. We could change this. We could say John Doe and say not cool, for example. And as soon as I add that, you can see the comment, another comment was added here. And then we would grab this and show it using our frontend. But the thing with this is, if our server restarts, everything is going to go away. So I'm going to close the server, just clear everything, and then run the server. And now if I send this, it would be as though this is the first comment. There we go. And the likes is 0. So now you know how you can make a GET request to a specific URL using Postman, or to a specific endpoint using Postman, how you can make a GET request and send some name inside of your request URL or as a request parameter. And then you know how you can actually change some content on the server using a post request by incrementing, in this scenario, likes. And you also know how to send JSON data. So these are like the basic stuff when you want to get started with servers and Node.js and Express on the backend using JavaScript. These are like some basic stuff that you should know. So now that you know all of this, that it's time for us to actually get started with the installation of MongoDB. So when it comes to the installation of MongoDB, it requires a little bit of setup. So what I did was I actually found a YouTube video that actually covers that pretty nicely. I'm going to go over the important stuff, but if you go to this URL, I would remember to put it inside the description. So if you just go to the description of the video, you're going to see this URL. Just go to it. But nonetheless, I have actually made a few screenshots of the installation process, and I'm going to go over that with you. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to do a Google search. The Google search is going to be MongoDB Community Edition. That's the first thing that you should search for. So if I just come right here, you can see MongoDB Community. And if you click on it, here is the MongoDB Community Server. So this is the version that you want to install. So this MongoDB Community Server. This is the free version of it. It should be able to detect your OS. Otherwise, you can select it from here and just click on this download button. It's going to give you an installer. This is a guide for Windows. It should be pretty similar for other OSs as well. So after downloading that, you should run it and you're going to see something like this. And click Next. From there, you need to accept this. That's very simple. Just click on, make sure you install it completely. And in here, don't do anything. You could copy this. Or just remember where MongoDB is being installed. That's really important. From that point onward, make sure you tick mark install MongoDB Compass and then click Next, and that should be it. So MongoDB is up and running. The next thing that you should do is you should click on that Add New Connection, and you're going to see something like this. Don't change anything in here because that 27017 port, that is something that is actually MongoDB configured with. There is one more thing that you need to download and install as well, and that is MongoDB Shell. There we go. So if you just search for MongoDB Shell, you're going to see this. Make sure you download this MongoDB Shell. After you have installed MongoDB and MongoDB Shell, you can just search for system environment variables, and in here make sure you are on the advanced tab. Go to environment variables, click on path, click on edit. Here you should add where MongoDB has been installed. So if I take a look at that right here, you can see it says the first one, it says program files MongoDB server 8.0/bin. So where is that? Let me just show that to you. So if I go to my drive C, program files, I am here in MongoDB, and there is the server, there is the 8.0, there is the bin. So once you're here, just click on the top, copy it, just copy it, come right here, click on new, and just add it. So that's the first thing that you need to do in system variables. The second thing that you need to do is once you download that Mongo shell, it's going to give you something like this. You need to put that Mongo shell in here as well. And from there, you need to get that bin file as well. So if I just click on Mongo shell, click on bin, and now just click on it here, copy it, come right here, create another one and put that there. Make sure both of them are bin right here at the end. MongoDB server, bin, MongoDB Mongo shell, bin. And just click OK, click OK. You could basically restart your PC if you want to. And the final thing that you need to do in order for this to work is we are going to run MongoDB inside of our VS Code using MongoDaemon or MongoD. So for that, you need to specify a specific path. So that's going to require you to put a data folder inside of the drive C. So create a folder called data inside of drive C, and in there, just create a folder called DB and put it inside of there, and that's it. Now the files that you see inside of this DB, you don't have to worry about it. They're going to be generated automatically once we run the MongoDB search. So this is all the installation. Everything should be smooth. The current database is this MERN stories. This comes from the completed app that I have on the other screen. But we are going to create another database that has almost the same name, but it should be a little bit different since they shouldn't have two same names. Now, when it comes to MongoDB, we're not going to jump into too much detail. We are going to work with a couple of queries, and the rest is going to be Node.js and our front end, all right? Because this is a very simple app. The first thing that you need to know about MongoDB is when you create a database in MongoDB, the next thing, if you want to store your data, you should create something called a collection. So within any collection, you have several documents. And in this collection, if I were to count, we have 5 documents. You can see it says it right there, 5 documents. A collection in MongoDB, you could think of it as a table in SQL-based databases. So MongoDB is a NoSQL database, and then we have SQL-based databases as well. Let's go back to our server, and in here, in the server, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just pause all services. Inside of our server, the first thing that we need to do in order to actually connect, to be able to connect to our database and modify it directly from our Express app is we need to install something called a MongoDB driver. And that's going to be installed like this. Make sure you are in the backend folder. In MongoDB install, npm install MongoDB. And let's just hit enter. Let's install it first. There we go. It has been installed. So if I come right here, we can see MongoDB has been installed. That's the driver. And that should be the only thing that we need to install here. Now let's run our server again. And let me put that down there. Do we need this? We no longer need to have that open, and we no longer need to have that open as well. Now, I should bring this back up. In here, I'm going to create another terminal by just clicking on this plus sign. Now, I am going to go to our backend folder, and in here, I want to run MongoDB, that Mongo daemon that we talked about. And I have to keep it running. You could think of it like nodemon, so our server is always running. To watch for new changes, we need to have some sort of a server running for our backend as well. Now, since I already have an instance of that in the other project, I should technically just close that. So I am going to close that, and I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say MongoD. Now it's going to be --db path, and then the path that you provided for that DataDB. Hit enter. And the server is going to keep running, but make sure, please don't close this. This should be open, much like the node server that we had, much like our frontend that we have. Now let's go to ports. So inside the ports, we have our MongoDB. We should provide the Mongo server here, and then we should provide the frontend path in here as well. So for frontend, it is, let me take a look at 5174. 5174. Let's add that. Most of the times this shouldn't make a problem, but I don't want to face any issues, so I'm just going to make this public. And for our MongoDB, what was the server? It was 27017. That's the port, and I'm going to put that right there and make it public. Very good. Now that this is done, let's take a look at our terminal. We have the node server, and then we have the Mongo server. So there are 3 things running, and we are not going to turn any of these. Let's come right here. So I'm going to create another terminal. And in this one, we are still going to go to our backend. And in here, I'm going to run something called Mongo sh. This is going to give us Mongo shell, and within this shell we can create a database, we can create a collection, we can populate that collection, so we could do like a lot of different stuff. Now, what do I want to do in here? What I want to do is I want to create a database. Now, what database have I already created? It is MERN stories. So what should I create now? The way you can create a database is you're just going to say use, and then what is the name of the DB? The name could be MERN W stories, working stories, and then, or I could say MERN stories -app. And you can see it basically selected that. Now, for some reason, I cannot copy paste stuff inside of here. So I have created this database. I want to create a collection and populate it with our introductory data. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable. This is going to be named DB. The type of this is going to be DB. So I've declared a variable, but I've not initialized that. And the DB type, as you can see, comes from MongoDB for us. If I go to the top, you can see DB comes from MongoDB. After declaring the database, we are going to go ahead and we are going to create something called a collection. As I've said, all the documents, all of our data is going to go inside of the collection. and I'm going to call it collection. This is going to have a specific type, which again is going to come from MongoDB. So collection, but what is this a collection for? It's a collection for stories. So I'm going to say story. There we go. Now keep in mind, I've declared these variables, but I've not initialized them because we're going to initialize them inside of a you can think of it like a special function that creates a Mongo client for us that connects to our database. Let's go over that function. Now, I am inside of my server file. I want to connect to some resource that's outside of this file. It may take some time for this connection to happen. So in other words, this is going to be an asynchronous connection. And for that, I'm just going to write async. Let's go with our normal function declaration. The name of the function doesn't matter as long as it makes sense. So I'm going to say DB connection, database connection. And in here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I need to create a URI. A URI basically means that we need to have a universal resource identifier. And that's basically going to tell us where our database, at what port our database is going to be live. You could think of this as a database address. So where is that database? That's going to be our URI. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say const URI. And if you're wondering where you're going to get this, this is actually given to you by MongoDB. So you're going to write MongoDB, and then in front of there, 127.0.0.1. So this is our URI. The next thing is that we need to create something called a Mongo client. The job of Mongo client is to go to our database, but it has to have an address. So think of it like you have called for a taxi, but then you have to give the taxi your address so the taxi knows where you're located. Mongo client is almost the same thing. So in here, I'm going to say client is going to be equal to new client, new Mongo client, there we go. So to this Mongo client, the first thing that we need to pass is that URI, that address where the database is located. And then there is going to be some configuration that we need to pass in. We're basically setting up some rules for how we talk to our database. The first rule that we are going to pass in here, that these rules are going to be in the form of something called server API. And the first rule that I'm going to pass in is going to be version. And we basically want to use version 1 of the MongoDB's official rules. So you could think of it like that. So in here, I'm going to say server API version.v1. This part is done. I hope everything is clear. This is just some setup, as I said, that we need to go through in order to connect our server with the MongoDB database, with the MDB. Now that we have connected that, we want to turn on the strict to true. And finally, if we are using any kind of outdated packages, that would eventually stop us from building on our server or maintaining our database. It should give us a warning on those packages. And that is going to be deprecation errors, and we could set that to true. So this is the basics of configuring a simple connection to a MongoDB database. We are going to connect to an instance of this. Now, this was an async function because it might take some time for this connection to happen. So I'm going to say client, now go ahead and connect to our database. Next up, let's reference our database. So I'm going to say db is equal to client.db. And what was the name of the database that I passed in? It is MERN-stories-app. After this, I need to make sure that the collection that's inside of this database, it follows the collection type that is given to us by MongoDB. Let me rename this to DB collection. That makes more sense, not just collection. Yeah, so this is going to be DB collection is equal to DB dot collection. Which collection it is? It is the story collection, but what is going to be, it's the story type for our collection, but the name of the collection is going to be stories. Now that our connection to the MongoDB is done, there is one last thing remaining, and that is calling this DB connection function. So I'm going to copy the name, I'm going to come right here, and in here we're going to do some changes. Now the way this works is you need to connect to your database first, and then you need to make sure your server, your Node.js server is up and running. So in here, I am basically going to modify this. So first off, make sure this is an async function. So async function, I'm going to say initialize, since this is going to initialize our entire backend server as well as the database. And I'm going to come right here. The database initialization is going to take some time. That's why I'm going to say await DB connection. And then after that, we are going to cut all of that, put it right here. And then the last thing is just to call initialize. Let's come right here. And in here, you could just click on this plus sign to create another database. And this database is going to require a name. We call this MERN. You know what? Let's come right here. What did we call that? We called it MERN Stories App. So I'm just going to say MERN Stories App, and the collection name, if I remember correctly, is Stories. There we go. So that's our collection. Now we are going to say create database. This basically created the database and the stories collection inside of it. You can see this collection says it doesn't have any data. Now in here is where we have this open MongoDB shell. All right. I'm going to get rid of this, and inside of this MongoDB shell, we're going to say db.stories.insert many, and then what do I want to insert in here? Let's come right here. I want to basically put in this array in there. The array has the initial 5 stories that we have. So let's come right here, let's put it there and hit enter. There we go. So it created all of these, and it gave it object IDs. As I said, those IDs would come from MongoDB. So we have this FCB, FCC, FCD, FCE, FCF. So the IDs, the ending IDs. So if I come right here, there we go. We have everything in here. Everything by default is 0. 0 likes, 0 comments. Now, how do we know that our basically MongoDB is connected to our server? As if we come right here, if you go to the terminal, go to the shell. Now, if I were to do db.find, if we try to find one of the stories, we could find all of them right here, like this one. If I just pass in an empty object, this is going to find all of them for me. But I need to target which collection. That's going to be the stories collection. If I hit enter, there we go. There we go. That's exactly what we saw there. So FCB, FCC, FCD, FCE, and FCF. There we go. Now we could target only one of these, and I could say name is equal to echo, and hit enter. Oh, sorry, just a typo. There we go. So we got the object ID for it, FCB. We got the name, we got the likes, and we got the comments. And you could technically increase the likes inside of your database. So if you just double click in there, just write 1, document modified, update. So we modified that document. Now, which one was that? That's the FCB, the echo one. That has 1 like now. If I were to retrieve it again, there we go. The number of likes is 1. The next step for us would be to actually go back to our server. Let me bring this down. So if I come right here, let's take a look at how we were handling the GET request and the 2 POST requests. For the GET request, we basically implemented this part right here. This is for the GET request to get the name of the stories. And these 2 were one after the other, one for a like, the other one for comments. But nowhere here are we actually talking to our database? We are talking to the in-memory DB that we have created. We're talking to this one. So if I were to go to Postman, make a post request to, let's say, the echo story, I wouldn't see that it has one like as we added that here. So let's go to Postman, make sure everything is running. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a GET request to the echo. Let me write that here. Let me say none. Let's go to params. Let's just send. And we get a 404 error. The reason for this is because there is something wrong with our endpoint. So if I come right here, where is the get one? That's right here. Oh, we can see we have the API for the post one for both of the post endpoints, but we don't have it for the GET request. So I'm going to come right here, /API. Let's save this and just make sure that the server is running. There we go, server is running. Now, if I were to send a request, you can see we got the name, which is echo. And so what about the likes? Let's go ahead. Let's go to the like endpoint, but make sure to change this from get to post because like is a post request. And as soon as I click on that, you can see, what do we get? We get 1 likes from the server. I could say, let's send 2 likes, 3 likes. So now it has 3 likes. If I come to my database, if I refresh this, you can see it still says 1 like. Because when we are sending requests from the Postman, we are not talking actually to our database. We are talking to this in-memory DB that we have created on above right here. So we're talking to this one. And since it is 0, once you send a request, the 0 is going to be 1. So I could set this to 4, save this, come to Postman, just try to send another request. As soon as I send that, you can see it says 5 because there were 4, so 4 plus 1, that's 5. Now, what we need to do next is we need to make sure that we are not reading from our in-memory database. Rather, we're reading from the actual database inside of our MongoDB. And for that one, the first endpoint that I'm going to change is going to be the one that we are actually getting the name. Now, you need to keep in mind, if we are talking to the database, there is going to be some delay. There is going to be some time taken in order for us to receive that message. So I need to technically convert our callback function to an asynchronous one. So now that that part is done, we are going to go with the same params. That's the same method, but instead of sending a response like this, first we need to talk to our database. So I'm going to say const story await, and then what was the collection? DB collection. This is something that we created right here. We declared it, but we didn't initialize it. And then we initialize that right here. So this is our collection. Let's talk to this collection and let's find one document from there. And what document should we find? You need to keep in mind that we don't want to hard code anything. So the document that we're looking for is going to be coming from the request that the user is sending. So if they're looking for the, let's say, the echo story, we should show them the echo story, and so on and so forth. So I'm just going to pass a name. Whatever comes from the request params, that is going to go into our database so we can get the name from there. And finally, we need to send something back to our client or frontend, which in this scenario is Postman. So I'm going to say res.json, and let's pass in the story. Let's save everything. Now, if I come right here, you can see it says this has 5 likes. Now, keep in mind, we didn't change the endpoint, so I need to go to my get and this like one. And let's just say send, and there we go. What is this? Where is this coming from? Remember, I talked about their IDs, and that's for good reason. Let me zoom this in. So the ID of the echo story ends with FCB. It has 1 likes, 0 comments, and that's exactly what we got here. FCB, 1 like and 0 comments. And now in this way, we could target any story. Let's say the song one. Send, and there we go. We got the song one, FCF. So now, instead of talking to a fixed array of objects, we are talking to our database, and we're getting the data from the database. And the next step after this, you have guessed it right, we need to actually convert the like endpoint as well as the comments endpoint to some things that are actually getting the data from the database, not from the in-memory one that we have here. For that, first we are going to actually target the like one, and we're going to change this. So I am talking about this file, this part of our server. This is an endpoint responsible for capturing requests made to the like endpoint, and in the process of that, we are going to send something to the user that is going to be the number of likes a specific story has or includes. There are going to be some common things, but there are going to be some changes here as well. So the first change that I'm going to bring in is I'm going to convert this to an asynchronous function. And I've already talked several times about that. Now, in here, instead of talking to our array, our normal array that we have here, what we need to do is we need to actually talk to our database and find the matching story. If the story matches, then we increment the like, otherwise we're not going to increment it. So instead of implementing this, all of this, let's just hit delete and let's move forward. So I'm going to say const, just for the sake of difference, I'm going to call this story updated story. Now, await, we're going to go in the same way. We need to target our collection. It is DB collection. And then what do we want to do here? We want to find a document and update that document as well. So when the user sends a request to the like endpoint, as you saw previously, they were able to increment the number of likes. So I want to find one and update, and that's a method in MongoDB. That's very cool, right? So we have find one and update. Which one do I want to find? What is the criteria? The criteria is going to be based on name. And where is this name coming from? This is going to be something that is going to be given to us by the user, by the request that we receive. And that's written in, that's actually captured within the request param. So I'm going to copy that from there and I'm going to put that there. So we got the name from the request. We put it into our database. And after we put it inside of our database, what do we do with that? We get the story associated with that name and we increment the like for it. INC, $INC is actually, this is an object that is going to allow us to basically increment the likes. So in here, I am going to say, what is the name of the actual key that we want to change? It is called likes. So if you take a look at your database, you can see it says likes, plural. And I'm going to get the likes and I'm going to set its value to 1. And at the end, I'm going to add in a settings object that is basically going to determine to MongoDB that we want to return the document once the document is updated, not before that. So after return document, let's set it to after. And this should be inside of object syntax. Let me put this after in quotes. Return, okay, the first R is lowercase. There we go. Let's save that. So we were able to get the name from our request, talk to our database about it, and last but not least, let's send something back to the client, or in the scenario, Postman. So what do we want to send? We want to send the updated story. Let's save everything. Hopefully there is nothing wrong here. And how do we make a request? So first, this is a post request. Then the stories could be the song. It doesn't really matter in this scenario, but the endpoint is like. So let's hit send. There we go. The like is 1. That's very good. Now, are changes reflected in the database? Technically, yes. So if I go to the song 1 is the last one. You can see it has 0 likes. If I reload the database, and now if I go, you can see it says 1. Very cool. Now let's send this again. It's 2. Send it again. Well, I didn't say 1 plus 1 or something plus something. I said increment. So it's just getting it and putting it just 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. And that's like that. So I could say this could be 6 or 7. Let's come to our database, refresh. Song has 7 likes. Let's actually make changes to the likes for another story. Photograph. I'm going to set it to 3. And there we go. That's 3. So if I come right here, photograph is 0. Refresh, photograph is 3. Very cool stuff. So we were able to implement the name to get the name from for a story, basically to get the document from the MongoDB. And then we implemented the like. The next step for us is, the next logical step for us would be to implement the comment part as well. So in here, the way that we are going to go about this is going to be, we need to have, now how did we go about this when we talked about the like? We got the name, and then we got a connection, or we got basically our collection from the MongoDB. We said we want to find something, and then we want to update it. But keep in mind, we got the name of the story because that's the main part, how we talk to, how we basically differentiate which story the user is looking for. So I'm going to put that right there. Next up, remember when we talked about this request.body, what did we send? We sent the person that is writing the comment and the content for the comment. So technically, we still need this information. And after this, what we need to do is we basically need to create a new comment. So I'm going to say const new comment, and the new comment is going to be equal to this one right here. Let's put it right there. So everything is making sense so far, and we're going to go in almost the same way. So let me delete this part. Let me actually copy all of this from the like endpoint, put it right here. And now, first off, let's convert this to an async function. That's good. Now, we are going to say updated story, and then we are going to send that as a response as well. So that part is okay. DB collection, that's perfect. Find one and update. Yes, we are going to use this method. The finding or the search criteria is going to be name, but instead of incrementing the likes, we want to push something. Remember, there is an array, so you need to push something to that array. And we, in MongoDB, we have the same syntax as we have in JavaScript. It's push. And what do we want to push in there? We want to push to the comments. And is it plural or singular? Let's take a look at that. It's plural, comments. You need to make sure you type it correctly. And then in here, what do we want to push? We want to push the new comment in there. And yes, we want to return the document after we update it. And I believe this should be it. Let's save this. Now, coming back to our, let me take a look at my server. If it is crashing, no, it's not crashing. Let me come to the end of it. It did crash once, but now it's not. That's good. That's very good. We should no longer need this one. You can see it's grayed out. It means we're not using it. That's very good. Now, coming back to the comments, how did we test comments? Remember, right? We went to the body, we went to the raw, and in here we basically provided a comment for a specific post. Let's say I want to target the photograph. Currently, it is an array which is empty. but I want to maybe send this comment to that photograph. So I'm going to get rid of the like, I'm going to say comments, but I need to double check if it is plural or singular. I can see comments is plural. Very good. It is a post request, and the request is going to be sent by Bob Doe, and Bob is going to say, cool indeed. Yeah. And let's send it. And there we go. So we got the photograph. We have 3 likes in there, and now we have a comment in there. And do we dare check our MongoDB? Yes. There we go. Refresh. We got our object, Bob Doe, cool indeed. So congratulations. We did everything we wanted to do inside of our server before trying to connect it to our front end. So what we are going to do next is we are going to connect the backend with the front end. To be able to connect our front end with the backend of our application, we need some kind of a tool. The tool that I'm going to use for this specific project is Axios. You might have heard of it. It's a really, really important tool for you to understand how to work. Axios is a very popular JavaScript library that we use in order to make HTTP requests to communicate with a specific server. So why do we need that? Because within our front-end application, we are going to do some changes, and those changes are going to be basically some requests that we make to our backend. To say it clearly, we are trying to replace Postman with the front end of our application. So the front end, the React part that we worked on during the first part of this video, that's the front end of our application. And we don't want to use Postman anymore. We want to make everything that we did with Postman, we want to be able to do the same thing with the React application. All right. And the bridge connecting these 2 sides of our app, the front and the back, that's Axios. With Axios, we can do the same thing that we did with Postman. We can do HTTP requests, a GET request and a POST request. That's what we need. The first thing that I'm going to do here in our server, and the last thing for now, is going to remove the return document, save everything, close this. Let's collapse the backend. Let's open up the front end again. I'm going to go to, before actually going there, we need to install Axios. We don't have it installed. So if I come right here, we don't have Axios anywhere here. So I could create a new terminal. First off, I need to go to my frontend folder. That's where I want to install Axios. I'm going to say npm install Axios. Let's hit enter. And there we go. Axios was installed in here. Now that it has been installed, I could get rid of this terminal. We don't need that. And we should have this is the front end part. All right, that's running as well. Let's take a look at our front end. Now this server, the completed application, the server it's stopped. So it's done. We're not going to work with that. So this is the front end of our application. We're going to work with this. I'm going to close Firebase for now, and we are going to come back to it. So we should be able to go to the story. We should be able to go to any story that we want. But then what I want to do is I want to be able to show the likes that a specific story has, as well as the comments that a story might receive. So let's close this. The first thing that I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to our app.tsx file, and I'm going to open up our story page as well. So within the app.tsx file, the reason that I came here is because here we have specified the routes of our application. So there is something that is going to be provided to us that has already been provided to us by React Router DOM, and that is a function. The job of that function is basically to load data that a specific component needs. Now, taking a look at our current routes, what do we have? We have the home page, aka the home route. we have the stories route, which we are on now, and then we have the individual story route. Now, think about this. I want to show likes and comments for a story. Should I show them inside the home app, inside the home route, or inside the stories route, or inside the individual story route? What is the implementation in this specific scenario? We want to show it inside the individual story. So that specific function that I talked about, that is going to basically provide data for a specific component. And that specific component is the story page component, because that is involved with a specific story. And that's where we want to put the like and the comment, not anywhere else. Unless not the way that I'm implementing it. You could come up with a different way, but the way that I'm going to implement it is going to be right here. Now, if I want to put the function, that specific function here, I am going to basically put the definition of it inside of where the component resides, but we're going to call that function right here. And that is something called loader. And now, since we haven't created that specific function, that special function yet, this is going to throw error, but we are going to call it story loader. And that's it. That's it for now. I'm not going to save this. Let's go to our story page. I'm going to come to the bottom of our story page. And within the bottom, in the bottom of the story page, let's go ahead and let's say export default. Now, we are trying to, this is not a default because we're already exporting a default. You can have only one default per file. Now, we are talking to backend, and you know that it is going to take some time, so it is going to be an asynchronous function. And let's get our function. What did we call the function? We said, okay, that's called story loader. I'm going to come back to the parentheses of this function. Let's for now try to define it. Now, what do we want to get from this function? We want to get some sort of a response. So I'm going to say const response. How do we get that response? First, we need to say await, because it is going to take some time for that HTTP request to be made and for the data to come back. Now, we did install Axios, so let's get out our Axios, and I imported that as well. And on Axios, we're going to do a get method. Remember, get method from our server. So what is the job of the get method? This is going to look very similar to our server. In fact, I could come to our backend, just open up the server, just have it there. What did we do when we wanted to get the name of the story? We said API, stories, and then we did something like this colon name, and that's how we got the name. We're going to do almost the same thing. So in here, I'm going to say API. Now, let me first complete it, and then you might have a question, and I'm ready for it. I'm ready to answer it. Now, this is API stories /. What should I write here? Should I write here echo? Should I write here song or photograph? Or should I use my route parameter to get the story dynamically depending on which route the user is on? How did we get that inside of our backend? We said params, and on params, we had something that was called params, that was called name. Remember? So if I come right here, we said we had this request, and on the request, we had params. On the params, we had this name object. We almost have the same thing in here. So we have params.name. But then this params has to be accepted by the story loader function. So it was an object, right? So params. But then since we are in TypeScript, we need to type annotate this as well. But luckily, you don't have to write it by hand because TypeScript actually gives us the type for this, and that is loader function args or arguments. So we just type annotated that. Now, coming back to our Axios.get, what is this endpoint? that's the question that I said that I was ready for. So what is this endpoint? I mean, in Postman, we said this, and then we appended to it, we added API / story / whatever. But we had something like this -3000.euw.devtunnels.ms. Where is that? Here. Well, we are not going to write that in here, because why am I even talking about this? The reason for it is because our React is going to do the same thing. Our React frontend is the client. As far as the backend is concerned, the backend doesn't care if the requests are made to it from Postman or if the requests are made to it from a React frontend or a Vue frontend or an Angular frontend. It doesn't matter. It doesn't care, as long as the request is made to it. But we care because we want to create a full stack app. Now, should I put that in here? That's not actually the way to go. Now, what we want to do, what we want to have is something called a proxy server. And the proxy server's job is to make sure that the front end and the back end are on the same server. And luckily, we can do that we can actually create our server inside of our vite config file. So if you go to the vite config file, you should be able to come up with the server here. We are going to say server. Server is going to be one object. Within the server, we're going to create a proxy. So what is the proxy? The proxy is going to be /API. So /API. Now, on which server, on which endpoint do we want to put this proxy? That's going to be our target. So the target is very important. So I'm going to come right here. I'm going to go to the ports. Which one of these is our server? Is it the 3000/5174 or 27017? This last one, 27017, that's our database. All right. 5174, that's our front end. But this 3000 is our backend. Let's just click on it, copy it, put it right here. Just make sure to remove the last /. And one final piece of configuration is change origin. Let's set it to true. Now that we have created our proxy server, this is going to allow us to basically have the front end of our application as well as the back end of our application on the same server. Now you can see API stories is the same thing that we had inside of our backend. Now, what data do I want from this story loader? What data do I want? So remember, we're getting one story. What kind of a data do I want to get out of that story? I'm going to say that on the story, there is some data. So I'm going to say response.data. That response is basically our story. And then the data that I want to get is the likes as well as the comments. And you might be asking why. What about the title? What about the paragraphs, the content for the story? So where is the title of the story? Where is the content of the story? Well, we already have that, don't we? We have the title that is coming from that content.ts, and we have the paragraphs or the description of the story or the actual story, which is coming from there. What do we need? We want the likes and we want the comments, and that's exactly what we get from the server. And then since this is a function and we're exporting it, it should give us something. And the thing that it gives us is likes as well as comments. Let's save that. Now that it has given us these, we need to import that properly in here. So if I come right here, we should see that we have our, this is story loader. Where is it? There we go. So we imported story loader from the story page. All right. So let's save that. Let's take a look at that. Okay, now so far we should not be able to see any kind of change inside of our front end because the front end is shown using this JSX. We implemented the functionality, but we didn't change anything inside of our JSX. Keep that in mind. If you want to see something inside of the website, inside of the browser, you should make changes to your JSX. We just implemented the functionality. Now, there is one more very, very important thing for us to implement, and that is once we get the data back, once we get the likes and the comments, how are we going to show that? Well, React Router has actually thought of that, and there is another hook. The hook is very cleverly named. The hook is called use loader data. Very awesome, right? So on the loader data, we have two kinds of data. We have likes, and then we have comments. And let me initialize that as well. There we go. We got our likes and we got our comments. Now, we are not actually using these anywhere, so let's go ahead and let's use them. But before doing that, you can see I just hover on it. It does say we are not using them, but it does say type of any. We don't want that. So let's go ahead. Let's create an interface for the story. What is every story going to have? Every story is going to have likes, which is of type number. But then we are going to have comments. But what is the type of comment? The type of comment is actually an array of objects. What is within that object? Within that object, we have written by, which is of type string. And then we have content, which is of type string. Now, again, you might be saying, okay, where is the name and where is the paragraph? Where is the description? We have already done that. They're coming from our content.ts. Their type is specified. We don't have to really. You could put them here, but you don't have to do it. Now, I am going to type annotate our use loader data with the story type. Story. Let's save this. Now, if I hover on it, you can see it knows what the story type is. Let's just hover on this. It knows what the story type is, but the only thing that it is yelling about is that we're not using it. Now that we have created it, how can we use this? How can we actually show the number of likes? For comments, we need to do a little bit more stuff, but for likes, it's a little bit simpler. So if I come right here, if I try to create a paragraph element, and inside the paragraph elements, I could just say, show me likes. So I'm going to do something JavaScripty. So I need to open up these curly braces. And in here, I'm going to say likes. Let's save everything. Hopefully, everything should be okay. And let's reload the page. Oh, there we go. We got one. We should apply some style. So let me just apply the style so you could see it better. These are the styles for it. But then likes is going to show us the number. Now, I want to do some conditional, very simple conditional rendering here. If the number of likes is equal to 1, I want to show one like, singular. But if it is 0 or more than 1, I want to show the word likes, plural. So how can I do that? I can say, now again, I'm doing something JavaScripty, JavaScript expression here. I'm going to say likes. If this is equal to 1, just show this one. Show like one like. But if the number of likes is 0 or more than 1, show likes. So if it is 0, you're going to say 0 likes. If it is 2, you're going to say 2 likes. Let's save this, and there we go. That's right there. So let's zoom that in. We got 1 like. Why do we get 1 like? Because we are on the echo. So if I go to my database, now this is very cool. If I go to my database, I could change this to 2 in here. I could say 2. And now I could update this, come to my front end, reload the page, and now I get 2 likes. And the conditional rendering logic is working perfectly fine. But I should be able to increase the likes from my Postman as well. So if I go to echo, API stories echo. Let's get rid of this. Let's go to like. Let's send a request. We got 3 likes. Very good. We got 4 likes and 5-1. Let's reload the page. Now we got 5 likes. And now if I go to my front end, reload the page here, we got 5 likes. What about the other stories? So which one has a like, has several likes? So we have the photograph. So let's go to the photograph. Which one is that? This. We got 3 likes. Very good. What about steel and soil? Nothing. Visitor beneath the ice. For this one, I believe we had 7. That's good, right? So we have implemented the like functionality. The next step for us would be to actually come up with a way to give the user the ability to actually click and like a story inside of the front end. Now, we don't want to go back and forth to the MongoDB and from there to our Postman to be able to increase the likes. We don't want to do that. So what we want to do is we want to create a button here, and the button is going to be responsible for increasing the number of likes. So I'm going to create first. Now I'm going to create, in this specific scenario, I'm going to create the JSX first, and then we're going to implement the functionality. So this is going to say like story. So what is this button going to do? Now, we know on its own, the button is not going to do anything. But on the button, we're going to implement an on-click handler. And the on-click is going to be, I could say, on, or I could say like story. This is going to accept some, we're going to add some classes. Come on, buddy, class name. Let me just give it the classes so it looks a little bit decent. Buttons are extremely ugly in HTML, unfortunately. The initial design, the browser default styles for a button is extremely ugly. So if I go to this here, and if I reload the page, we don't see anything. It's because of this like story. We didn't define it. So if I get rid of this, reload the page, there we go. Like story. We're going to fix the layout of that as well. Don't worry. So now make sure not to save it. I'm going to go to above, and what is it that we want to do? We are going to try to do something very similar to our loader, where we are going to use Axios to make a request. So here, beneath this story, in here, I'm going to say, now, I'm making a request to a server, so I need to have async on, and this is going to be function. What is the name of the function? We have already defined that. It is like story. Put it there. Okay, what do we want to do here? Again, we have some sort of a response and await Axios dot. Now, is it a GET request or a POST? It is a POST request. It's almost the same idea that we have. It's exactly the same idea that we had in our backend. The implementation is a little bit different, just a little, enough to keep it interesting. Now we are going to go to our proxy server API stories, and from there we need to select the story by its name first. So in here I am going to pass in the name. Let's add name in here, but then how was the like, how did it look like? So we got the API, the stories, then the name of the story, and finally we had this like thing. So we need to add that there as well. Plus like, there we go. So it's the same thing in Postman. We did it right here. And we're going to say const updated. What did I write here? I said, okay, I didn't do anything. This is the first one. I'm going to say updated story. I could say data just to tag something along with it, along to it. So response.data. We're going to store it there. Now, what do we want to get from this response? We want to get the likes, right? So I'm going to say updated story data dot likes. Why likes? Because that's how it is stored in the database. Now, if I click this button, something in the UI changes. Well, something in the UI should change. What am I going to do with this? I am in React. Think. So I am clicking on a button and I want to increment a number. What should I do? Oh, I can use a use state. That's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to use a use state. See? Simple. I want to make a UI change based on a click of a button. So let's use a use state. So what is the use state? The use state's job is basically to increase the number of likes. So we have likes, and then we say set likes. All right, where is this coming from? This is coming from use state. I've just imported that as well. But what is the initial value for this likes? What should be the initial value for it? Well, the initial value is the likes that we got from the database. So I could put that here, but then both of these are going to look the same. So I could rename this to initial likes. Let's just copy that right here. Now I have this setter method for my use state, which is giving me a way to actually be able to increase the number of likes, to change the initial likes value to some other value. So I'm going to get this state. Basically, I'm going to cut this. I'm going to say set likes, and then I'm going to put that in there. All right. We just have one comment that we're not using so far. So technically, if I were to click on this like story, this should increase the number of likes. Oh, it did. Congratulations. And if I reload the page, it is still there. It's not there because we committed that to local storage. It's there because we stored it in the database. How did we do that? We used Axios. We used a post method because we want to retrieve something and make changes to it. Let's increase. You can see it's faster as well. So let's set it to 21 likes. And if I go to database, that's the echo, reload the database. There we go. Congratulations. You just made changes to your database using your frontend. Extremely simple and interesting, right? So this is how we implement the likes. But what about the comments? What if the user wants to leave a comment in here? Now, before going to the comments part, I need to fix this layout. It's just killing me. So I hate ugly HTML. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to say section, and I'm going to put that in there, save that. It already looks better, but I'm not going to stop there. I am going to apply some styles on my section element. There we go. Much better, right? And then we need to do something with this, with these edges. So let me see what I can do. I should keep it okay up until here. Let's go to inspect. Where am I? So I'm right here. We have padding on the top and bottom. We don't have padding on the left and right. So I'm looking at this main element. Okay, it's not the main element. See, the padding is not changing there. So if I come right here, it's the section. It should be the section element. So if I go back, for some reason this is showing up here. So let's put it there. So on the section element, we have, let me see. So I can't see the difference. So if I take a look at this, we don't have anything. And where is this padding coming from? It's not actually padding. It's this LGMX auto. It is this section element, but it is not padding. As you can see, we are basically putting the content in the middle by calculating the left-hand side margin and the right-hand side margin to a value of auto. So basically CSS has the job of calculating it and putting the content in the middle. Now what we could do is we could say we could provide some sort of a padding when the screen is up until LG, and from LG we could remove that padding. We could do that. But keep in mind we are on the section element that contains the stories. There we go, this section. So here we are. Let me fix this. So let's go to the end. And here I could say PX. I just want on both sides. So 4, is that okay? Maybe that's too little. 8, good. Or 12, better, right? And then I could say LG PX 0. So if I go on smaller screens, this is how it's going to look like. On bigger screens, I'm immediately going to go to the center. Much better, right? So if I take a look at our likes, there we go. So you can see now we need to have the same thing for our likes. Now, I could provide this on our main element, so it would affect everything, and I would just not have to repeat myself so many times. So let me cut this, save this. Where was our main? It was inside the layout, right? We have the PY, but we don't have the PX. Save that, there we go. So you can see it just immediately affected everything. And there we go, I think it looks okay. We are going to fix it if it breaks in the future. Right, very good. So now that that little inconvenience is gone, what else do I want to do? Oh, right. I was about to implement the comments in basically endpoint. And for the comments, we need to come up with a component as well, because I don't have our completed app. In the comments, we have a form element that basically is going to take care of the comments for us. To be able to show the comments for any specific story, we could go one of two ways. The first way is we could provide the HTML part at the end of the story page JSX that we have, and in here we would be able to show that. But then, as you can see, our JSX is getting longer, it is getting harder to read, it's just becoming difficult to maintain. So why don't we go ahead and use the power of React to create a separate component and put the ability to display comments in there? Now, since that's not going to be a page of its own, what I can do is I can just create that component within the source directory. So I'm going to right click there and I'm going to say story comments.tsx. And I'm going to hit enter. Now in here, what do I want to do? Now, unfortunately, I don't have the completed app open in front of me, but the way that we're going to go about this is we are going to basically have some way to show the person who has written the comment and then the comment content. So we have the written by and then we have the content, and we already know how that looks like. So if you don't know what to do with when you have like an empty React component, just try to export it. So export default function, and then just keep it simple. The name of the component, story comments, and then let's just do this. That's enough for now. That's enough. So we have a component that is supposed to show comments, but what is comments? If we take a look at our database, let's jump into MongoDB. Now let's get an idea of what a comment is. So in here, we can see it says an array. Now I know it's an array. Now within the array, I'm going to have objects depending on the number of comments. For every object, I'm going to have exactly two properties, written by and content. Now I know that it is an array and there are going to be several objects. So I am in React and I don't want to repeat myself. So what should I do? So I have an array. How can I iterate over an array programmatically? I can use the map method, right? So this is how you can actually like lay the foundation for a specific component. Just keep it simple. Start with simple, and as you move forward, your brain is going to help you come up with the code for that component. This component is supposed to iterate over comments. But where are comments? I haven't passed anything to this component. If I want this component to do something, it should get the data from somewhere. So that's where we're going to come back to our story page right here. And if I take a look at the top, you can see this is unused. When we used the loader data hook from React Router DOM, it gave us likes, and we can see likes here. We can increase the number of likes. And then it gave us something else that was comments. And now if I hover on it, there we go. So because we're using TypeScript, everything is simpler for us to understand. We have written by, that's good. I'm looking for written by, and I'm also looking for content. So now I have this. I have this comments thing, which is in fact an array of objects, and I need to give it to this child component. How can I do that in React? So first, I need to import the child component. This is story comments. I just imported that. Now, how can I give something from the parent to the child component? We can do that using props. So a prop is like an HTML attribute. It requires a name and a value. So what is the name? The name could be comments. Most of the times, the name and the value are going to be the same. But in here, the value, where is the value coming from? The value is this one. So let's copy that. But right here, story comments. Let's save this. So we were able to pass comments to our component. Now, the reason that we have this error is because our component is not configured to handle comments. We need to accept it in here. So how can we accept it? What was comments? Now, comment is actually a prop. Props are objects. So immediately, we are going to destructure that object. And then from the object, what do we get? We get an array of comments. So we need to type annotate that as well here. So I'm going to say comments. What is going to be the type of that? The type of that is going to be comment, basically an array of comments. And I didn't specify comments, so I need to actually create that interface here. Comment. And then what do we have within every specific comment? If I come right here, where is our comments? There we go. So we have the written by, and then we have the type of string, as well as the content with the type of string. And now the only thing remaining is we should use this. So how do we use this? Now here is where preference comes in. This was everything that you should have done. If you want to send something from a parent component to a child component, where you're calling the component, right here, this story page automatically becomes the parent component, and the component that you're calling, story comments, automatically becomes the child component. Now, once you have this, again, this is preference. You could go any way you want with the JSX. JSX is extremely flexible. There are certain things that you need to keep in mind, but for the most part, you could say, okay, I'm going to go with divs because I'm trying to create HTML elements to display content. Now here it's extremely simple. It's just HTML and Tailwind. I want to have some HTML element to show the title, basically not the title, the name of the person, written the comment, and then the content for that. The way that I'm going to go with this is going to be, I'm going to create a section element. Within section element, I'm going to have an h3. Now I have this comments thing. On this comments, I have a written by, and I have something that is the content for the comment. So the title for this is going to be comments. This is the title of that little thing underneath our stories that basically says you are in the comments part. And now, do I want to show the name of the person and the content for their comment one by one, like by hand? There might be like 10 comments or 100 comments. Or do I want to come up with a programmatic way of doing it? So if I want to do that programmatically, that means I need to open up curly braces. So in here, I'm going to get the comments. Now keep in mind, at the end of the day, comments, since we destructured it from the prop, that is an array. So if I just hit dot, we should be able to see the map method somewhere in here. There we go. We got the map method because comments is an array. Now, within this array, we have individual comments. And what do I want to do for every individual comment? Now, keep in mind to open up parentheses, not curly braces. Here, What do I want to do for an individual comment? For an individual comment, I want to create a container to contain the comment content. And I'm going to grab the written by and the content. The written by, I'm going to put it right here. And the content, I'm going to put it right here. The reason that I opened up curly braces is because we want to do something programmatic. So this is going to be comment. Now keep in mind, it is no longer plural because within the map, you talk about every individual item of that array. And then map applies that logic for every individual item to the entire array. That's why we use map. And we don't want to do that by ourselves. That's easier if map does it for us. And the good thing with TypeScript is since we have type annotated everything, as soon as I do dot, we have written by in there. And for this one, we are going to say comment.content. There we go. Now, we are almost done in here. The only thing remaining is to add these styles for the comments to be shown. There we go. We got our comment. Now, since we don't have any comment for the void, we don't see actually anything. We have a comment for the photograph, so let's go to that page. Let me go back. Let's go to photograph, and there we go. You can see that's the comment. Bob Doe, cool indeed. That's very cool because we got these from our database. Now, let's just apply these styles, and for that, I'm just going to copy paste everything. You don't have to worry about it. These are very Tailwind in comparison to React and backend is like, it literally is a piece of cake. And this is going to be the styles for just some aesthetic stuff so we can see the comment better, just some styles. And then we have one color for the person written the comment, and then a specific text color for the comment content. There we go, just to make it a little bit interesting. Now, if you go to the console, you're going to see something interesting, and you're going to see this a lot if you're using map. And it's talking about anything within a map should be unique. So within a map, you have an item from an array of items, and every item should have a unique ID. The reason for this is so React can keep track of that, which item belongs to which item, which content belongs to which item. Now, this is something that you need to provide, and it has to be unique. Now, when it comes to the comment, I believe what's unique is the content of that comment. So in here, I'm just going to write comment.content. And for our current implementation, this is enough. And there we go. So we were able to implement this. We can see all the comments. If there were any more comments, we would be able to see those as well. But you can see all of these are empty. So what I can do is I can come right here. I can say comments to the echo story. Let's go to body. Let's go JSON. And in here, I'm going to say written by. What should this be? Come on, buddy. Well, let me zoom this. How can I zoom this? There we go. So well do. And the content is awesome. Something like that. Let's save this. There we go. So Echo has 31 likes and it has now one comment. Let me refresh the page. There we go. We got one comment for the Echo as well. So technically, you should be able to see that inside of our front end. And there we go. Well do. Awesome. Very good. So now that the story comments is done, instead of having you to go to Postman and writing all of this and then reloading the MongoDB to show the differences, why don't we implement the same thing inside of our front end? We are basically trying to replace Postman with our front end React application. We could do that. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to show you how you can implement this. So in here, I am going to come right down here. So we are going to go in almost the same way that we went with our likes. So with the likes, what we did was we tried to implement the functionality to get the likes from the database and to just show that. And then we also implemented the functionality using useState to increase the number of likes. We can do almost the same thing for our comments as well. So first off, let's go ahead and let's implement the functionality, and then we're going to come up with the JSX. So in here, first off, on the top, first let's make that HTTP request to get the comments. Now keep in mind that the HTTP request that we are making now to the server, this is going to change the content of the comments array. We got the array, we got the comments using our loader data, but we have no way of changing that. We are only just showing the comments, but we want to be able to add a specific comment. So I'm going to come beneath this, and in here I'm going to create almost the same kind of function. So I could just copy this. So you can see there are going to be some similarities. In here, I'm going to say comment story. So like story, like is a verb to like the story. Comment story, comment is also a verb. So I want it to be in the same category. Now, response is as it is. We are going to use the Axios library to make an HTTP request to our backend. It's going to be /API /stories/name. Now, it's very important to get the name because depending on where we are, we want to be able to write a comment. But we're no longer getting or hitting this endpoint. We want to hit the comments. And you saw that here as well. We hit the comments endpoint inside of the Postman. So we're hitting the comments endpoint, but then what do we want to do? We want to make some changes. So in here, within our post request, what we're going to do is we're going to add in an object. The object is going to have written by, and this is going to be equal to the name text. I'm just going to name it text. And then we're going to have the content, which is going to be equal to the content text. The reason that there is like text, that's just so the names are different. Now, to here, I am going to pass in the name text, as well as the content text. So far, very good. Now that this part is done, let's take a look at the rest. So we have this updated story data, response.data. We're going to keep it as it is. But then here, if you remember correctly, this was a state right here because we wanted to change the UI. Now we need to come up with the same kind of useState because again, we want to change the UI. Now, what do we want to do? We want to grab the comments and we want to have the ability to set comments. And this is going to come from useState. What is going to be the initial value? It's going to be like likes. So initial comments. The comments that we get from the database, they are going to basically signify that they are the initial comments. So I am going to rename this to initial comments. There we go. And let's initialize this as well. Const. There we go. So instead of saying set likes, updated story data.likes, we are going to say set comments, updated story, but it's not going to be .likes, it's going to be .comments. Bear with me, we are going to fix all the errors. Just bear with me. So we have created this function. Where are we going to call this function? If I go to my likes, if I take a look at this, likes was simple. We just got the likes and we put it basically in here. And then we showed the likes. But the important thing was, where did we change the likes? We changed the likes within a button that had an on-click. So in here, I am going to create a component because I don't want to clutter this component. I want to create a component, and then on that component, we are going to basically call this comment story. All right, so let's come right here. What should I call the component? The component could be add, it's going to be story comments form. And in here, I'm going to pass in our function as a prop, comment story. Let's pass it here. So for most cases, the name of the prop is going to be the same as the value of the prop. We have a lot of headers. Let's go ahead and let's actually create this component. And I'm going to right click on our source. And in here, I'm going to say, what did I call this? It should be the same name. Story comments form.tsx. There we go. And in here, the first thing you should do is just export it, export default function story comments form. And now this function has to accept something. And what was the thing that we passed into this function? What we passed was another function. Now I'm calling this component a function because technically a component is a function. So we need to accept that in here. And it could be the same name. I could say comment story. What is going to be the type of this? The type is going to be, I'm just going to call the type as comment story, comment story prop. Yeah, we could call it that. And let's go above. Let's actually create that type. So what do I want to do? Let's create an interface in here. And this is going to be the name of the interface. So this is going to be a function, right? The function is going to accept something, and then it's going to produce something for us. What does this function accept? If I take a look at my function definition, it accepts the name and the content text, but it doesn't return anything. So the return type is technically void. Let me copy that. Let's come right here. We have comment story. And then this is going to be a function that is going to accept these two parameters. The type for these two, let me just get rid of that, put that there. The type for these two parameters is going to be as follows. Again, just an extra object, there we go. So this is going to be of type string, and this one is going to be of type string as well. And finally, what is the function going to return? It's going to return nothing, so void. So far everything is making sense. Let's move forward. We have imported that here as well. And now if I hover on this, it says it has a type of any. So let me specify the types here as well. Let me just copy that, put it there. The type for this one is string, and the type for this one is also string. Let's save everything. It just got a little bit rearranged. I am going to zoom out a little bit so we can see everything clearly. All right, so we should be done in here. The only thing is we should return something from our JSX. So now that we are talking about the JSX, it's again extremely preferential. It's preference, how you want to go about this JSX. But the way that I'm going to go about it is I'm going to say return. Within here, first off, I'm going to create a form element. Let's get rid of the action. Whenever we want to submit the form, then we want to be able to add the comment. So if a comment doesn't have a name and or doesn't have content, we should not submit that. So in here, I'm going to say on submit. Let me add that there on submit. What do we want to do? First, let's get our e-object or the event object. And in here, what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to prevent the default behavior because we don't want to refresh the page, right? And then we need to check if we don't have the name or the content for the comment, we don't want to do anything. So I'm going to say if there is no name, name text, if there is no name text and or there is no comment text, we should not add anything to our form. So we are going to say return. Now, what is this name and what is this comment? These are going to be state variables because at the end of the day, we want to change the UI. So if there is a name, if there is a content, content, we want to change the UI. So the initial state is going to be name text, and then we need to have a function to set that. It's going to be name text. This is going to come to us from use state. Let's import that. Now, initially, what is going to be the value for that? It's going to be an empty string because the form, when the user goes to that specific story, the form doesn't have a name and a comment inside of it, and then they can add that. Let's initialize this as well. And then we're going to do the same thing for the comment. Just have to capitalize the C. And the initial state is going to be empty as well. All right, now that you know this, let's move forward. Now, we are going to call our function. If everything is in order, we have a name, we have a content for our comment, then we want to call this function. And once we call this function, what do we want to pass in here? We want to pass in the name as well as the comment text. The name text, the comment text. Did I mistype this? Why is it throwing error? Obviously, specify, but comment text does not exist in type name content. Oh, this is content. I have written comment. Sorry for that. So this is let me just copy it from there and capitalize and put it right here as well. Let's capitalize the C. So I hope I'm not making any mistake. We have the name text, set name text, content text, set content text. So this is no longer this one. Let me just copy that, put it there and put it there. There we go. Sorry, it was content text, not comment text. And we should be able to see that here as well. There we go, content. There we go, very good. So what else should I do here? Now that we have added that, after we add the name of the person and as well as their comment, what should we do next? Should we leave the data inside of there, or should we set that back to an empty string? Basically clear out the form inputs. Let's clear them out. Set name text, set it to an empty string, and then set content text, set it to an empty string. So this is everything that I wanted to do on the form. For the remainder of the stuff, I'm just gonna try to make go a little bit quickly. So this is gonna be the title. There we go, we got the title. There are some classes that I want to apply on our form, so I should apply them there. There we go. You can see, you should be able to see this taking shape. We are going to have two labels. Let's, you know what, I should actually type this so you really know what's happening. So we have a label. The label is going to have something that is called a for attribute or an HTML4 attribute. What is this label for? The label is for name, and the label is going to say name, and a child of this label is going to be an input. The input is going to have a type of text. The ID is going to be the same thing as the HTML4 attribute, which is going to be name. Now, this input is going to have specific value. It's going to have a specific value. But that value, if we want React to store it to anywhere, we should give that value to React. So as soon as I say value, there we go. What should be that value? The value is name text. So once the user writes it, we give it to React. React basically calls this method with it, if there is a name text. If there isn't, then React is not going to do it. Now, since we have given this value to React, React calls that, but then we need to give React the ability to change this value as well. Because we said once we once we add this comment, we want to clear out the input. So this set name text, we need to call this out as well. So on change in here, we are going to say E. The reason that I'm calling E in here is because on this event object, we have the value. So I'm going to call set name text E.target.value is going to give us the value inside of that input element. And we give it to the set name text state, basically state method, state setter function. And then that state setter function is going to clear out that value for us. We don't have to worry about it. And I believe finally I want it to be required, just some simple HTML attribute to help us implement a little bit of form validation on the front end. For this input element, I'm going to apply, where should I put the styles? I'm going to apply these styles, but then I'm going to have some styles for that specific label as well. Let's put the styles here. And there we go. You can see already it is looking better. And the styles, I just tried to make it a little bit interesting. So if you click within the input, you can see the color changes. I just wanted to show user if so they know that they are within the input. Okay, next up, I believe this part is done. The next part is that we need to implement the same thing for the comment. This was the name. So I'm going to collapse that, copy it. Almost the same thing, almost the same thing. The styles are going to be the same thing, but in here, since this is comment, I'm going to say comment. This is an HTML4 comment. The ID should be comment as well. The type is text, that's okay. But in here, the value is going to be content text. Keep in mind, this is comment, this is content. And then we no longer call this setter function. We call the set content text setter function. And yes, we want it to be required. And let's save this. There we go. So we got the name, we got the comment. The last thing that we need to add is the ability for the user to click something to add the comment. And that's going to be the button. Since I have applied the submit functionality on the form itself, the type of this button should be submit, must be submit. And the text is going to say add comment. And there is going to be just a little bit of classes just to make this look decent. There we go. So name, comment, and then add comment. And whoops. Hopefully we should be able to actually add something to our database. So in here, I could say new user 54, 40, 48, I don't know. In here I could say, what should I write? Amazing? Have I written amazing? Yeah. Fabulous. I'm not sure how to pronounce this. Is this correct? Fabulous? Not sure. So let's click on it and there we go. Amazing stuff, right? Let's add another comment as kitty, I don't know, like I shouldn't say, I could say 70, but one less than that is going to be problematic. I could say great reading, something like that, and then maybe add a smiley. I don't know which one to pick. Maybe this one. Sure. Let's click. There we go. And we should be able to add a comment by hitting enter as well, because we have implemented the on submit on the form. It gives us this accessibility by default. I could say on enter. Nice. And then hit enter. There we go. We added that. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 comments on our echo story. Let's come to our database, refresh this, and there we go. We got all 4. We have the first comment, the second one, the third one, and the fourth one. Cool stuff, right? So what else do I want to do here? Now, for now, You could say our application is completed because we completed the front end, we completed the back end, we completed the connection of the front end with the back end. Everything seems okay. Everything, in fact, seems great. Now, what else do I want to do here? What else have I planned to do here? If you want, you can just hit the brakes here and say, okay, that's it. I don't want to do anything here. But what I want to do next is I want to show you how you can implement authentication with Firebase. With our current implementation, one user can like a comment to infinity. That may not be something that you want. And again, with our implementation, anyone can come to our website and they can leave a comment. Maybe that's not something that I want. Maybe I want to change this behavior. But before that, I see that there is like a lot of space here. So on the form, I said gap 8. Let's go gap 4. Gap 6. Very good. Let me take a look at the space. Let me increase this. That seems to be only the gap. Yeah. And a way for you to actually find out how is that space is working, just put a border around it and you're going to see what's happening. So on that label, I put a border on it and I'm going to put a border on this one. Okay. We can see we have this right here. If I were to get rid of the gap, we still have a little bit of space. So that's what I am looking for. Margin bottom. We have a margin bottom on the label. All right, I got it. So let's save that. If I were to get rid of the margin bottom on the first and the second label, save this, they get a little bit closer together. And now I could increase the gap to 8. I believe this is better, right? And let's get rid of the border. Save that and save this. I believe this is a little bit tidier. Good. So we need to implement authentication with Firebase. So what you need to do is you need to go to Firebase. To get started with Firebase, the first step is to create an account. If you're logged in with your Gmail or your email, it should be able to detect that. Otherwise, you can just go ahead and log in with or sign up with your email account. From that point onwards, if you want to go to Firebase, you can just Google it, Firebase, and you should be able to go there. From that point onward, we're going to say go to console. From this page, we are going to click on create a project. And in here, it is going to ask you to provide the name of a project. So in here, I could say MERN stories. And in the bottom, just keep this in mind. This is going to be the ID of our project. This is a unique identifier. I could say MERN stories app. MERN stories app. I could add a hyphen or I could just leave it as it is. And let's click on continue. We don't want to enable this, so let's just disable that. Let's go continue. And in here, there is just some basic, let me zoom this out a little bit, just some basic configuration for our project. For example, do you want to have A/B testing or you want to have cloud functions for your project? Now, we want to keep everything simple. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this off and let's just go ahead and create a project. This is going to take a few seconds to be able to come up with the project. So I'm just going to pause the video. I'm going to come back. There we go. Our project has been created. Now keep in mind, the name of the project is MERN Stories app, but this is a Firebase project. And I'm emphasizing on this because it's very important for you to really know that this is a Firebase project. Now, from this point onwards, let's go ahead and make this window smaller. So what is it that I'm actually trying to do here? I want to implement the authentication functionality for the front end of our application first, and then I want to implement that for the backend. What do I want to do in the front end? In the front end, what I want to do is I want to be able to implement login functionality for users. So if a user is not logged in, they should not be able to either like the story or add a comment. Now, some of this functionality is going to come from our front end. Some of it is going to come from the backend. The ability to add a comment and to restrict users who are not logged in from adding a comment and liking the story, I could do that inside of React, but then there is one more thing that we would do in our backend, and that would be we would want to allow users only one like per account. That is something that you should set up in our backend. But for now, let's just talk about our front end. I'm going to close this story page, close this index. Now, what do I want to do here? I want to go ahead and I want to create I should create a login page and I should create a sign up page. Now, but there is first some configuration that we need to copy paste into our project. So I'm going to click on this web. Now, here is where we need to provide the name for our app. Now, we are within one Firebase project, and technically one Firebase project could have several different apps. And in here, I could write anything I want, but I'm just going to make it a little bit easy to understand. So it's MERN stories, MERN app. We do not want to set up Firebase hosting, so let's just say register an app. Let's wait for it until it does its thing, and there we go. So it gives us some steps that we need to follow. The first step is we need to install Firebase. So I'm going to click on that. Let's come to our application. Now, let's go to terminal. I am in here, I am within the front end, so I'm going to close that server for now. I am within the front end, and in here, I'm just going to paste that. We are going to install Firebase first for the front end. Let's hit enter, let's wait for it, and let's take a look at our package.json. There we go. Firebase has been installed. That's good. Let's go ahead and run our server again and bring this down. Everything should be working correctly. Now, let's go back to the Firebase page. From here, what we need to do is we need to copy all of this and we need to put it inside of our where the main part of our application exists. So I'm going to copy this. Where is the main part of our application? Where is the central point for our application? That's the main.tsx file. So in here, I'm just going to paste that. I could get rid of these comments. This is basically going to give us an instance of a Firebase authentication for our application. Now, our app, if you take a look at this, this is the API key. We have the MERN stories app, firebaseapp.com. We have the project ID. We have the storage bucket, messaging center ID, as well as the app ID. So we have everything that we need right here. And you don't have to do anything else here. Just save this and close it, and you should be good to go. Now it is time for us to create first the login page and then the sign up page. For these pages, we need to set up our routing as well because they have to be included in there. So outside of this object, this stories name route, I am going to create another route. What should be the path for this route? Where do we want that to exist? So the path for this one is going to be login /login. And then when the user goes to this path, what should the user see? That's what we specify in the element. So the user should see something called login page. Login page. That's what the user should see. So I'm going to copy this name. Let's come right here. Let's go to pages. This is a page. And let's create a new file. Put it right there, TSX. For now, let's just say export default function. Okay, I mistyped that. Default function, login page, and return login page. Save that. Let's save this one as well. We need to import this and save it. Now, if I remove this and if I say login, log in and hit enter, there we go. We are inside of our login page. So we created the route, we created the component. Now we need to add the data for this page. Now, there are going to be some stuff when it comes to the functionality of this page, because this login page is going to be a form basically. So we need to target our the value for specific input fields, give it to React so React can change it, can clear it out, and we will create some states here, state hooks here as well. So let's get rid of this. When it comes to JSX, as I've said that previously, this is extremely arbitrary. You can go any way you want, but my suggestion is to go as semantic, to be as semantic as possible. Now on the form itself, we are going to have an onSubmit method, because once the user provides, now we are in the login page. In the login page, there is going to be an email and a password. And once the user clicks submit or hits enter, then we want to do something. So that's onSubmit. And as before, we get the e object and we say e.prevent default to prevent it from refreshing the page. Now, we need to make sure that there is an email and a password. If there isn't, either none of them or any of them, then we don't want to do anything. Password. Let's just say return. We are going to create all of these step by step. Now, if there is an email and there is a password, we are going to call a method that is called login. There we go. Now, what is email? What is password? Email and password are some things that are going to change the UI of our application, because depending on what email address and what password it is, we are going to show a different user, depending on what user logs in. So in here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say email. Let's first grab our use state. The initial value for an email hook is going to be an empty string, because once the user goes there, they should not see the email address of someone else. So it's going to be email and then some setter function to be able to set the value of email to something else. And that's going to be called set email on steroid. And then we do almost the same thing for password. And if the user that is trying to log in, they have not created an account beforehand, then I want to show some error as well. So I'm going to say const error set error, and this is going to be use state hook. What is going to be the initial value for this? It's going to be an empty string as well, because initially we don't know if we are going to throw an error or not. There are going to be some styles that I want to apply on this form element so it looks half decent. Let's apply these styles. Let's try to complete the form. So I am going to copy paste this part of this video because it's going to look similar to the form that we had for adding a comment. So we have a title for our form that says login. We are going to have a couple of labels. Let me just copy paste them here. And if you take a look at this, this is extremely simple. Again, it's the same, even it's the same styles. So we have an HTML4 for email. We have our email address there. We have an input element. The input element has a type of email, see? And then we grab the value of email from our state variable. And then the ability to change that also goes to our setter function for that specific state variable. And then we have the same thing for the password. It's extremely simple stuff. I don't want to waste your time with this. After this, we are going to have our button. Now, since the onSubmit is applied on the form element, the type of the button should be submit. And I did talk about this. And as soon as I save that, you can see we already get, as I said, it's even the same styles. We already get our content showing up here. Okay, I made a mistake for this one. Class name. I provided that within the within the JSX, within the curly braces. Shouldn't do that. I should provide it outside of there. And as soon as I do that, there is an error here. Let me get rid of that. There we go. Perfect. So it was just a simple typo. And you can see it's, as I said, it's the same styles. But the spacing is a little bit off. So if I remember correctly, this is the part where we have spacing. Let's save that. That looks better. Cool. We are almost done with our login page. The only thing remaining here would be this login function. And we didn't use this error. We're going to use that. So first off, let's come right here. I'm going to collapse this, collapse that one. On top of this label, I'm going to come right here. Now, we want to show the error if there is an error. So if there is an error, then we want to basically create a paragraph element. So let me just create it. And then we want to pass in the error right here. That's going to be our error. And on the top, beneath our states, in here, I am going to create a function that is going to handle the login that we specified right here. So let me just copy the name. Now, once we implement the login page, what is it that we're actually trying to do? You need to think about this. So I need to make sure that the username, that the email address, and the password that the user has written in here are exactly the same email address and the same password that I have in my Firebase app. It should be the same thing. So I need to come up with a way to compare what's written in the browser to what's written inside of Firebase, because this is login page. This is not a sign up page. Once the user comes to this page, it means that the user has already created an account and the account is stored in Firebase. The account instance is stored there, to be more technically correct. So the instance includes an email address and a password, because that's what we are going to specify in just a few minutes to Firebase, that's the kind of authentication we want. But first we need to implement it here. So we need to bridge these two. So it's our app talking to something. So it's going to take some time for this authentication to happen, right? And that's why our authentication function, our login function, is going to be an async one. So it's going to be async function. Let's pass in the name, login. It's not going to accept anything. It's just going to check something. Now, I am going to provide this within a try catch block, because if the user doesn't exist, I want to make sure that there is an error message. And let's grab our error object, or e-object. In this scenario, it's going to be the error object. And we're going to say set error to the e.message. And there we go. So that part is done. Next up, let's go ahead and let's try to make a request to that specific instance of Firebase. Now, to be able to do that, first off, we are going to say await. Firebase gives us a method, sign in with email and password. And yes, it does come from Firebase. If you remove the last character and then add it, hit enter, it should be able to import it. It didn't import it, and I'm not sure why. We could import it manually. So in here, I'm going to say import. What is it that we want to import? We are importing sign. We're importing something from a bunch of things from Firebase. So if you're importing something from a bunch of things, you need to open up curly braces, because that's not the only thing that Firebase has. It is one of the things that Firebase has. So Firebase, and yeah, that's it. So we import that from Firebase /auth. And now that we are here, there is one more thing that I want to import, and that is the GET Auth. And I'm going to come back to what GET Auth is. So now let's come down, sign in with email and password. We need to pass in the email that the user has written. and we need to pass in the password that the user has written. Where are they? They are right here. Here is the email, and then here is the password. They are within our state variable. They are state variables, so we have access to their values. Now I'm going to pass that, and I'm going to pass in password as well. Now I did pass both of them, but since we're talking about Firebase, we need to have some kind of an authentication service. We need to have some kind of a method to check these two, and that is where GET Auth comes into picture. So we passed in GET Auth, the email and the password to sign in with email and password. So what happens here is the GET Auth in Firebase initializes something called an authentication service for us. Now, what does that service do? The service is going to grab the email and password that I've provided it from my frontend, and it's going to go back to the Firebase app instance or authentication instance for this specific app. Now, we didn't implement the authentication instance. We are going to implement that, as I said, in just a couple of minutes. So once that happens, if both of them are the same, so if the same password, the same email address, then the user will be able to log in. And after the user logs in, what do I want to do? What do I want to do with the user? So should the user stay in the login page? Should the user be navigated to the sign up page or to the home page or to the stories page? In my opinion, it makes more sense after the user logs in to be redirected or navigated to the stories page. Now, I want to navigate user from one part of my application, from one path to another path. That's again React Router DOM. So on React Router DOM, we have something called a use navigate hook. The use navigate hook gives us something called a navigate function. So let me lowercase that. Let's grab our use navigate hook, use navigate. There we go. We imported that as well. In here we have navigate. Navigate. Let's initialize this as well, and there we go. So isn't this the same name? This is the same name. Now, once the user is navigated to stories, we need to provide that in here. So this is going to be stories path. That's it. There is one more thing that I want to do here. Beneath this login form, I want to add a simple text. So if the user comes to this page, they don't have an account, they can just click on create an account, and they should be redirected to the create account page. So in here, I'm going to say link. We have already talked about this. The link should go somewhere. This is a component from React Router DOM. So where do we want the user to be located? To be navigated if they don't have an account? They should go to the create account page. Now, I know we have not created the path for this. I just want to provide it here, and let's just move forward with our application. So that's going to be there. Let's add a simple class text Excel. There we go. And what should be the content? The content is, I'm just going to copy paste it. No account yet, sign up here. And we need to import this from React Router DOM as well. So if I hover on this, on the bottom part of the browser, you can see it says create account. We didn't configure the route for this, so let's go ahead and configure the route. What is this? This should be create account. And where does it go? It goes to create account page. And let me copy this. Let's come right here, go to the pages, create this one .tsx. And we're going to keep it simple, export default. Oops, it's like I'm yelling, all caps. Export. Oh, the extension is also capital. Default function, and what was the name? The name is create account page. And let's just say sign up. Save that. There is one more error there. I'm going to talk about that. Let's import this here as well. Let's import it. So let's say import create create account page from, where is that located? Inside our pages. And then, didn't I create that? Where did I create it? Why doesn't it show it here? There we go. It's inside the pages. Let me just, okay. Anyway, let's say create account page. And as soon as I save it, yeah, now it knows what that is. Cool. So if I come to the login page, let's refresh this page. If I click on this, we are relocated to the sign up page. For the actual JSX, it's almost the same as the one that we had in login. So let me grab this login. Let's put it right here. I'm going to grab this entire form, copy that, put it right here. And we're going to change some stuff in here. So for the form, what do I want to do? We want to say on submit, that's okay, this is okay. We want to check if there is an email, if there is a password. If there isn't, then we don't want to do anything. But then this method is not going to be login. This is going to be create account. You can call it whatever you want. I'm going to call it create account. The styles are going to be the same. We, instead of login, we are going to say create account. And if there is an error, we are going to show that error, all right? But then there are some styles that I want to apply on that error. So I should apply the styles on the, okay, where did I put that? I should put it right here. I should do the same thing inside of our login page as well. I forgot to do that. Let's apply the styles. There we go. Let's save that. Let's come right here. Save this. There we go. So we have this page not found so far. We're going to implement the rest of them. We have a label. The first label is going to be for email address. We're going to keep it as it is. So we need to have our state variables from here into there as well. So here we're going to have, let me just copy this, put these right here. Let's import the use state. There we go. So now everything is making sense. In here is the label. The first label for email address is going to be the same. It doesn't matter if it is login or sign up. The first password is going to be the same as well. But when creating an account page, we're going to add another hook in here. And that's going to be basically to make sure the user provides the password 2 times. That's going to be confirm password. Let me just copy that. And then set confirm password. Capitalize that. Const use state, and of course the initial value is going to be an empty string. So we need to create this confirm password. I'm going to collapse this label as well as this password one. The password is there, and then after that I'm going to create another one. This is going to be confirm password. Let's copy that, put it inside the ID, and the type is going to be password, but the value is going to be confirm password. And then we don't call this method on it. We don't call the set password. We call the set confirm password. And then we pass in the value. So what else? What about this one? This should be confirm password. Let's save everything. So far, I believe everything should be okay inside of our JSX. And now, where do we want the user to be navigated? If the user has already created an account. So if the user already has an account, we want him to be navigated to the login page. And where is login page? Login page is right here, login. Let's save this, and there we go. We got our create account. So we have the email address, the same styles, password, and then confirm password. And then this is login. This should say sign up. Save that, have an account, sign in here. And then once the user clicks, they can go to the login page. Not a no account yet, sign up here. There we go, create an account. So we created both of these, and let me collapse this. You know what, let's just, now we need to create this function, and it's going to be the same thing. So it is going to be an asynchronous function. Okay, didn't I copy that? But right here, within this function, what we want to do is we want to make sure the user can sign up. Now here, we're going to use a different method that is provided to us by Firebase. So let's create our try catch block. What do we want to do in the catch? Catch is simpler, right? We just say the event object and set error e.message. Just show the error message. I want to make sure that the user knows if they do not confirm their password. Like if the password and the confirm password do not match, they should see something. And then I'm going to implement the try. So in here, if password is not equal to confirm password, then I should tell the user something. I'm going to throw an error, set error, and in here I'm going to say passwords do not match. Just an exclamation mark in there. And then I want to return. I don't want to do anything because I need to make sure that the email address is okay, and then that the passwords are the same as well. And then we are going to say return. We're not going to do anything. So in the try, we're going to say wait. What is the method that we're going to use this time? Previous time in login, we said sign in with email, sign in with email and password. Here, we're going to say very, very generic. Create account, with email and password. So let's go ahead and let's import that from Firebase first. So import create account with W should be capital, with email and password. Where do we get this? We get it from Firebase /auth. And now that we are here, let's get our get auth as well. And we have already talked about that, what that is. Let me copy that. Where are we? Right here. And now we need to pass in the email that the user has written. And then we need to pass in the password. And you might be asking, shouldn't we pass in the confirm password? No. Why? Because we check that. If they are not the same, if the password and confirm password are not the same, we don't do anything. We don't even send the email. They have to be the same for us to come to this line. You can see it says return. So if they're not the same, we return from this function. But if they are the same, what does it matter if I pass in password or confirm password? Both of them are the same. So after that, we should grab our get auth. And once the user is authenticated, it means the user has created an account. Where do we want the user to navigate to? We want the user to go to the stories page. So /stories. Navigate. Now let's grab this navigate from the React Router DOM. I'm going to say const navigate. This is from use navigate hook that is given to us by React Router DOM. Okay, Firebase Auth, create user. Oh, sorry, this is not create account. This is create user. So let me select both of these. Create user. And now if I save this, everything should be okay. Now, we're not going to create an account because we are missing that authentication instance. So now it's time to actually set that up. Now, let's continue to console. From the console, what we want to do here is we need to click on the thing that says authentication, this one right here. It says authentication. Let's click on it. And once we click this, we need to say get started. Now you're going to see there is like a ton of different ways of authenticating, but the authentication that we want to use is going to be the email and password. So I'm just going to click on that. And since we want to enable the email and password, let's just click on that. We don't want to do this passwordless sign in. Just click on save. And there we go. So we added this authentication instance in here. We should be able to actually create an account now. Let's go ahead and let's see that. So we are right here. This is going to be our very first account. So MERN first. I could say MERN first. And this is the password. Let's make sure it doesn't match. So what kind of an error? There we go. Passwords do not match. And now they match. Let's say sign up. Oh, there we go. Congratulations. We did it. If I go to the console, reload the page, we don't see anything. Now, we should make changes to our navigation because once the user is logged in, we want to show what user has logged in. Now, and then we also have to make changes to here because if the user is not logged in, they should not be able to see this and this like button. But we were able to log in, and to be able to see the user in the Firebase, what we can do is we can just click on users, and there we go. We got MERN first on this time, signed in, and this is the user ID. It's very good, right? Very cool. And we could actually reset the password, disable the account, or delete the account from here as well. Let's go ahead and let's make some changes to our navigation bar. These two pages, I'm going to close them. If we needed them, we know where to find them. I'm going to close this page as well. Let's go to the nav bar. Inside of the nav bar, for now, I'm just going to use some disposable content, some disposable variables, but then we're going to replace that with a custom hook because I think that this authentication, because we check that for our nav bar, we use that for specific articles. So we use it in several different places. That would be better if it goes into its own separate hook. So here, what I'm going to do first is let's just collapse that one. Let's come here. So let's say if a user is logged in, I'm going to set this to true, then we should see their email address, right? So I'm going to say const, what was the email address for this? It was MERN test. Was that the email address? Let me just double check that. MERN first, sorry. So let me copy that. This should be email, or I could just call it user, and this is their email address. So in here, what I'm going to do next is I am going to actually create a couple more items for our navigation. So the first item that I'm going to create now, I want to show something conditionally. So if the user is logged in, then I want to show their email address right there, right? So if is logged in is equal to true, then what do I want to do here? I want to basically create an li element, and the li is going to say user, and then we're going to basically provide the user right here. I could just put this inside of a span element. Let me first provide the style for it, and then let's grab this, put it inside of the span. Let's save that. There we go. Now the next step is to actually provide the ability for a logged in user to sign out, or for a signed out user to log in. So we need to provide two links depending on the state of the user, if the user is logged in or if the user is not logged in. So how do we do that? We're going to go outside of this curly brace. That is going to be a different li. So let me just create it right here. And we are going to check if we have a user, we're going to do something. And then if we don't have a user, we're going to do something else. So if we have a user, we could create a button element that is going to say log out, because if we have a user, it means the user is logged in. So we would want to show a button to basically give them the ability to log out. And if the user is not logged in, we can just say log in. There we go. And on these, we are going to implement some basically some events, and the event is going to be on click. Now, the methods and the functions that we're going to implement right here, they are going to come from Firebase. All right, so in here, I am going to say, now we don't want this method to be called immediately. That's why I'm going to open up, I'm going to create the function method syntax, the arrow function syntax, because once the button is clicked, then I want the user to be logged out. So this one is going to be log out. We have this sign out method given to us by Firebase. There we go, sign out. And inside of the sign out, we are going to first check if the user's email and password is the same as the one that we have in our authentication instance. That's why we need to call the get auth right here. Let's import that as well. We've imported that. So this part is done. The next part is right here. With this button, we want to log the users in. So I'm going to say on click. How can I log the user in? I could say navigate to which page? To the login page, because we have already handled that login. Is that correct? Yeah. Now we need to import our navigate here as well. I'm going to say const navigate, use navigate. There we go. Let's save everything. And there we go. Now we have all of that there. Now it looks better. So let me take a look at this. We can see the user is logged in. So if I click on log out, it doesn't work. Let's see what kind of an error we get. Console, we didn't get anything. So log out, we say sign out. The reason that that doesn't work is because of this hard-coded data. You can see this user is actually something that I've written right here. I have not made sure that it comes from Firebase. It is written right here. So if I make this false, let's save this. You can see the user is logged out. We could comment out the email address, but then we get an error because we're using the email address as a user here. So I'm going to comment that one back in, but here, instead of saying user, I'm just going to pass in logged in. There we go. So now if is logged in is set to true, we're going to see a user that has logged in, and then the button is going to say log out. And if we set this to false, we can see the user is logged out. This is the UI changes. We're going to implement the actual functionality within our custom hook in just a moment. But if the user is logged out, we can see it says log back in. So now that you know how this works, you need to keep in mind we need this user. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it back in here. I'm going to get rid of these two. Not going to save this. Let's come right here and to the source, I'm going to say hooks. Within here, I'm going to say something. This is going to be use and user dot tsx. There we go. I want to make sure that we end up with some sort of a functionality that could be reused within our navigation. And it could be reused within individual stories. Because if the user is not logged in, we should not show this. And we are going to come back to this at a later moment in this video. But for now, let's just make sure that this works, this navigation. So within here, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to say export default function. And what should be the name of this? This is use user. Now, what do I want this to return for me? That's the thing that I need to keep in mind. What I want from this, I want from this to return a user object for me, as well as something called is loading, a loading state for us. Why loading? Because once you are trying to make sure that the user is getting authenticated, once the Firebase is doing that, it is going to take a little bit of time. And during that time, we do not want to show anything to the user. We do not want to show incomplete components to the user. So we are going to have this is loading here, all right? And then once the authentication status changes to true, we are going to update the UI with that. Now, the initial value for is loading is going to be true because initially at the very first millisecond, there is nothing. So it's loading, and then we are going to basically switch that off, the loading, and then the user is going to come up. So let's go ahead and let's implement this. Now in here, we need to first create this is loading. We are going to keep things simple and set is loading. This is going to be a use state hook. The initial state for is loading, as I said, that's going to be true. So let me provide const here as well. And then what we need to do is we need to select our user as well. So now we know what loading is, but what about the user? What is user? We need to check that as well. So I'm going to say user, set user. Now, the reason that we're using useState is because of the fact that useState is responsible for making changes into the UI, for bringing changes to the UI. That's exactly the reason that we want to use useState here, useState. And what is going to be the initial state of a user? It's going to be, now keep in mind, initially we don't have anything. It's loading, right? So when it is loading, do we have a user? No, we don't have that. So it's going to be null. But then I am going to type annotate this because we are either going to have a user or we're going to have null. I just want to be very, very specific with this hook, what I want this hook to be, what I want this hook to do. All right, so far everything is okay. Let's move forward. Now, what I want to do next is I want to basically find out when the authentication status of our user changes. So let's think about this. Once I go to the app, I am the user. I want to take a look at the app. Once I go to the app, at the first millisecond, everything is loading. There is no user, and then everything is loading. But then after that specific time that has been passed, a user is going to appear. So if it is my first time, I should not be authenticated, right? If it is not my first time and I have an account and I go to this app, I should be authenticated. I should be able to log in and I should be able to make changes. So what we actually do is we have a varying state of authentication in here. All right, and we need to implement that in here. Firebase is very handy in helping us implement that using a method that is called onAuth state changed. So this method, what this is going to do for us is it is going to basically listen for changes in the state of a specific user's authentication. So is the user logged in or not? Exactly what I talked about. Now, whenever we want to check if the user is logged in or not, we are going to have our GET Auth method. And let's call that method. Let's import it as well. We have our GET Auth method. And now, instead of passing the simple username, the single username, or the email and the password, we pass in our user, the user that we have right here. And what do we want to pass in as a callback in here? What do we want this to do? So we want to basically give this onAuth state changed the ability to set the user and to set the loading. So if there is a user, we're going to set that. We're going to say set user, and we're going to pass in user. So this set user is the state setter function for user. User is initially null, and then we set it with the authentication status that comes from Firebase. And then we need to check the loading as well. Now, once we have a user, is the loading true anymore? No, it is false. So I'm going to pass in false right here. Now, what do we do here? OnAuth state changed. We are actually, from our React component, we're talking to something that is outside of the React component, and we're not making it asynchronous. This is not asynchronous. So this is considered a side effect. And the way you can handle side effects in React is using a useEffect hook. So the proper way of doing this is useEffect. And there is another reason for useEffect here as well. And the other reason for useEffect, let me just put everything, just cut it, put it inside, put it inside useEffect. The other reason is that we want all of this to happen only once. We don't want it to keep happening because you know that useState is going to keep changing the UI, keep refreshing the UI and look for changes. We don't want to constantly do this. That's going to be very heavy on our application. So we want it to be applied only once the component mounts. That's why we're going to pass in an empty dependency array in here. Now, the other job that useEffect has is if there is a user, we want to clean up after that user has logged in. So there is no memory leaks. This is just something that you can apply, that you can do inside of your useEffect just to make sure that your app is a little bit faster. So in here, what I'm going to do is, after this happens, I want to clean this up so there are no memory leaks. So how am I going to do that? I am going to say remove auth listener const, there we go. And then whatever you return from this useEffect, that's going to be your cleanup function. That's going to clean it up for you. Now, one more thing that you need to keep in mind is this user. You can see it says it has a type of any. And we want to select this user from Firebase because if I were to type annotate this, it's not going to make sense. I can only type annotate this for one individual user. What if your app has 10 users or 1,000 users? In that scenario, you will not be able to do this. Now, is it better for you to type annotate this or for your Firebase to type annotate it because Firebase already knows how many users have logged in? It is better for Firebase, right? So I'm going to come right here. And in fact, we have a user type on Firebase. And that's it. The error is gone. So here is our user custom hook. Just remember what this is returning. It's returning this. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to close this. I'm going to come right here. I'm going to say const. Why am I always mistype const the first time. And what is the hook? Use user. Let's use user. Let's import that as well. And we should be okay. So instead of saying is logged in, we're going to use our is loading. So let me just copy this, come right here, is logged in. I'm going to put that there. And then we have this user, but on the user, we have something called email. We get the email from that user. All right, so that part is done. Now it's not. If loading is true, we don't want to show the user. I mean, it's loading, then it doesn't make sense to show the user. If it is loading, then we want to do something else. So let me get rid of these this double ampersand, and instead of that, I'm just going to pass in our question mark. So if it is loading, I want to show something that says loading, just like that. So li. And this would say loading. Otherwise, so as soon as I save it, if it is loading, we are going to say loading. Otherwise, we are going to show our user. If we have a user that is logged in, we are going to show this button. Otherwise, we're going to show the login button. What is the problem here? User email. Let me go to here. Let's refresh the page. It just comes back for a millisecond and then goes away. Cannot read properties, reading email. They were occurred in the nav bar. Cannot read properties of email. But we clearly had that on this use user, right? So if I were to, let's do user dot, you can see we have all of this, and then we just get the email. It is available in there. And there we go. So let me close this. We are not logged in. We see the user. We shouldn't see this user. So you can see the user is not logged in, but we still see this. We shouldn't see this. So we need to make some changes here as well. The problem is that we have this is loading that finishes here, but we should have our user within this is loading, because as long as it is loading, we're not going to have any users. So let's cut that. Let's put it beneath there. And now it is returning two things. Must have one parent. So I could cut this. I could put it within a fragment and save that. Fragment makes more sense, right? So after that, we have, if it is loading, we're going to say loading. Otherwise, we need to check if we have the user available. So I'm going to cut this. I'm going to say if we have a user, then I want to show this element. Let's save that. And then we have our li. That should be okay. There we go. So let's refresh the page. Since we don't have a user, we're not showing that user keyword. But if I were to go to login, this is our email address, and I believe this is the password. There we go. We got logged in. We just logged in into our account, and you can see this is the email address of the person logging in. We see the user is this, and then we could go to any of these articles. But now if I click on log out, we are logged out. So if I refresh, we are logged out. Let's log in. Let's go to sign up. Let's create a different account. Let's say MERN2@gmail.com. Let's try to sign up. It says, please fill this field out. And then sign up. It says, please fill this one out. And click on sign up. There we go. We just signed up. Refresh this. MERN2@gmail.com. Very good. We should be able to go to any of these stories, provide a like, log out, and that should be it. Right. So almost our front end is finished. What we need to do next is we need to actually go back to our backend. Now, again, you could hit the brakes right here. You could say, that's it. I don't want to work on this anymore. That's enough. But what I want to do is I want to go to the backend and I want to implement I want to basically protect these routes. So here what happens is if the user is logged in, they can like more than once. I don't want that to happen. And let's actually implement this. So if the user is logged out, we could implement to remove this button. So let's implement that and then let's go to the backend. Where is this? This is the story page. Let's go to the story page. Now this is going to be a very simple conditional. First off, let's go to the top beneath this state. I'm going to say const. So we had user as well as is loading from our custom hook. Use user. Now in here, we're not going to use the loading, but we're just going to use the user. So if the user is logged in, then we want to show this button. If the user is not logged in, we are going to get rid of this button. And you can pause the video, implement this. This is extremely simple. We're going to say if there is a user, then we want to show this button, and that's it. So you can see immediately, because the user is logged out, the user cannot click on any of these likes. So if the user goes ahead and where is MERN2? Okay, there we go. So we have, let's say, the last photograph. I can click on this. You can see I can say like, and then as soon as I log out, I don't have that button anymore. I cannot like the story. So we protected this one, but what about the comment one? We need to get rid of this comment if the user is logged out. We should not show the comment once the user is logged out. So let's implement that one as well. So where was the comment coming from? Now, If the user is logged in or out, it doesn't really matter. We want to show the comments, but the form, to be able to add a comment, we want to only show that form to the users who are logged in. So we have story comments form, and then the story comments. So this one, I'm going to cut this, open up parentheses. I'm going to say if the user is logged in, then I want to, whoops, I made a mistake. Let's cut it. Open up curly braces. I'm going to say if the user is logged in, then I want to show this form. Otherwise, I want to show something else. I want to show this paragraph. So let me just copy it, put it right here. Let's save that. There we go. Very good, right? So if the user is logged in, we're going to show the form. If the user is logged out, we're not going to show that form. To get started authenticating users on the backend, we first need to open up our server file. So what do we want to do here? We basically want to go ahead and make sure that only authenticated users can increase likes and can provide comments. The comment part, we have already taken care of that, but we should make sure that when the user is authenticated, they can only apply one comment. All right. And let's go ahead and let's implement that. So to be able to do this, first off, we need to install a Firebase on the backend. So let me bring this up. Let's go there. CD backend. We need to install Firebase in here. I'm going to say npm install Firebase -admin. Let's hit enter. And this should not take too long. There we go. So we are basically done with the installation. So I think our backend server is running. Yeah, we can get rid of this. Let's just close that. Let's bring it down. I'm going to comment this part out. Let's save this. Let's go to the top. Let's import admin SDK. So what we want to do is we want to import this admin SDK. This is going to provide us with server-side access to Firebase services. And we're going to use this to authenticate users. We want to make sure that the user, only the authenticated ones, the ones that have account, they can manipulate our application. So this is going to come from Firebase admin. All right. Now, I am going to import one other package, and that is a file system, FS. Let's import FS from FS. And with this is going to basically allow us to read, write, or manipulate files stored on the server. Now, before going forward, we need to have a file that is called, you could call it credentials, but we need to have credentials for our application. And we have not created the credentials for this app. So let me go ahead and show you how you can do that. So you can go to the Firebase. From Firebase, what we can do is go to this gear icon, just click on it, go to project settings, and from there, we're going to go to service accounts. And from here, what we are going to do is we are going to click on this. You can see it says we are in Node.js. Our backend is in Node.js, so we can generate a new private key. So let's go ahead and click on this. And it basically says you should not basically share this private key with any person. So let's say generate, and this is basically going to download it. So what I'm going to do is I am going to open that up in the other screen that I have. I'm going to change its name to credential. I could just leave it as it is, show it to you. So let's just cut that. Let's open up our directory. So I'm going to bring it into the backend directory. I'm going to put it right here. It has a very long name, so I am going to say credentials. There we go, credentials.json. Now that we have gotten the credentials, let's go back to the Firebase, and from here we're going to copy. I don't really have to copy this. We're going to write our own version of it, but I'm going to copy this admin.initialize app. Let's just copy it. We need it for authentication purposes. This is just some settings. Now we don't have our service account. I have credential admin, credential dot cert instead of service account. I'm just going to pass in credentials with an S. Now let's create our credentials. Const credentials. Now our credentials is in the format of JSON, but we need to convert it to a JavaScript object. So now I'm going to say fs.readFileSync. So what we are basically trying to do here is we want to load Firebase credentials, all right, from the credentials.json file. Read file sync, and in here I need to pass in the path where that is located. That's I could just copy paste it there, .json, and then you need to basically provide the type for this as well. That's going to be UTF-8. There we go. So we basically made sure that only authenticated users can access sensitive information on our application, like adding likes or adding comments. Very good. Now this part is done. The next part is for us to actually implement the functionality for one specific user to be able to add one like to our stories. So how can we do that? Before going there, we should take a look at our interface, story interface, and there is something that I want to change in here. There is something that I want to add in here, and that is like ID. So the way that I'm going to go about this, and this is going to be optional, it is going to be an array of strings. So the way that I'm going to go about this is I am going to have like IDs. So for every user, there is going to be an ability to like, but that like is going to be stored using like IDs. And then we're going to match these IDs for individual stories. So if the user has one like ID, and then they try to add another like ID, we're going to basically stop them from doing that. Why? Because we want to have only one like per one story. All right, and it's not going to be always there, so that's why it's going to be an optional. All right, some users, they might not even hit the like button. So if I come to my MongoDB, you can see this is our current database. That's why it doesn't have the like ID. But if I go to the previous one, our original, the app that I'm teaching from, this one, you can see it has like IDs. So there are two like IDs for this one. All right. So let's jump back in. I created this. I just added the type of it for our interface story. Now, the way that we are going to implement this is going to be using something called an Express middleware. Well, I admit that talking about the middleware in a video that is geared towards absolute beginners, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But I wanted to, even if you don't understand 100% of it, but I'm sure you will, at least just have like a first experience with it. Just see it. If you hear it somewhere else, and what is an Express middleware, how you can create one, what do we need, why do we need these? So I'm just going to get started talking about that. An Express middleware is, you can think of it, it's like a security checkpoint. And why do we need this? So the reason that we need a security checkpoint for our application is because we want to verify the identity of the passengers. What are passengers? Passengers are going to be the requests that are being sent to our server. So every request that is being sent to our server, we need to check that. Is that coming from a user that is authenticated, or is it coming from a user that is not authenticated? So for this specific reason, we're going to use an Express middleware, but generally Express middlewares or middlewares are used for authentication and security, for logging, error handling, data processing, and rate limiting. We just want to make sure in this specific app to only allow a user one like per one post or per one story, and also make sure that only authenticated users can like this. Now, you might be asking that, well, if the user is not logged in, aka unauthenticated, they can't add a like, but because there is no button there. But the thing is that if they try to access this using Postman, they would be able to increase the like. They would be able to add a like even though they don't have an account. And that's something that we don't want to do here. That we don't want to allow here. That's why we're going through all of this trouble to basically prevent users from doing this. So let's go ahead and let's try to create our very first middleware. So I am going to come, where am I going to put that? Now, when it comes to these endpoints, we are not going to make any changes to this one. We're going to make changes to the like endpoint. So I'm going to create the middleware on top of this. Now, we're going to grab our app and we are going to say use. And in here, of course, this is going to be an async function. Now, this async function is going to have a request of a specific type. It's going to have a response of a specific type, and it's going to have something called next, the next function. It's not next.js, it's a different thing. It is of, this next is of also a different type. So the type for this comes from next function. The type of response comes from response, but the type of request comes from something called an auth request. Now, where is this auth request? The auth request is actually available on our request. So if we were to go ahead and to grab our request, extend this, we are basically extending it, extends auth request, and now we could say this could be an interface. This should be an interface, right? Or this must be an interface. So our auth request is basically going to be extended from our request type that we have been working with for our endpoints. So this request type right here, this one, this has something on it that is an auth request, and we're going to get that from it. So I'm going to say interface. Now, since you're extending types, the only type that is going to allow you to do this is going to be an interface. So auth request extends request. And now you know where that's coming from. Now, within the auth request, keep in mind, we are trying to authenticate users. So sometimes we have a user, sometimes we don't. That's why the optional. We're going to grab our admin that we have imported, .auth.decoded ID token. So what this basically is going to give us is it's going to represent the verified user's identity from the Firebase, this decoded ID token. And this is going to include information such as the user ID, UID, which we are going to actually take a look at, email, and other information relating to that specific user. All right. Now, what is a token? A token, in simple terms, it is a unique digital key that will represent a user's authenticated session. We use this to secure communication between a client, like our React application, and a server, like our Node.js server. And the job of tokens is to prevent unauthorized access by verifying the identity of users. So now that we have created that, let's get back to our middleware. And in here, I'm going to open up our function block. So now that we have our auth we have our auth request, we need to make sure that the request that is coming from the user, that is the request that is available on the Firebase or in the Firebase session. So where do we get the request that comes from the user? So we know that REQ request, this is something that the user sends us, And there we have something called headers. And this request.headers gives us an object called auth token. Let me initialize that as well. Now, an auth token, we extract this from the headers of the request that the user has sent us. And this is actually a JSON web token, this auth token. And this is sent from the front end as a proof of authentication. And how is this actually generated? This is generated using Firebase. Using Firebase Authentication when a user logs in. And why do we need it? We need it because we need to make sure that the user's identity is the same identity that we have stored in the Firebase instance. It's the same user. So if auth token is true, if the user is the same user, what do we want to do here? So here we're basically saying that if the request, it includes an authentication token, we want to do something within this curly braces, within this block of the if statement. Otherwise, we are going to block the access or deny the access. Only if there is an authentication token sent from the front end to the back end, only then we are going to do something here. And what do we want to do in here? We're basically going to create a user. The user is going to be admin.auth. Come on. It's going to be admin.auth. Outside of it, verify ID tokens. How do we verify ID tokens? We pass in the auth token. So here what I need to do is I need to specify what the type of it is, but for some reason TypeScript doesn't know, so I am going to assert the type as string. So we create a user with that specific auth token, and then we check. What do we check? So there is a user that is inside of our Firebase session. You know that, right? And then there is a user that is sending the requests. So there are two users. There is a user on the request, and then there is a user on the Firebase. Now we are setting them equal. Now both of them are the same. Why? Because we authenticated that. We said, okay, once we get the auth token, if there is an auth token, that means the user that has its data in the Firebase is the same user that is sending the request. Otherwise, it's not going to work. All right, we set the user as our requested user, and then we call our next function. And the next function is basically going to tell Express to move to the next middleware or route handler in the request response cycle. So this request response cycle is going to move forward. And for us to be able to tell this middleware to move forward, that's it. You're done. Go on with your life. You're just going to say next. And what if this auth token is not the one that is in Firebase? This is not an authenticated request. Then we're going to send status. We're going to send an error with a status of 400. We're going to take a look at this 400, right? So our middleware is done. The only thing else that we need to do here is we need to make sure that we are changing our likes endpoint. So only one user can provide one like to our stories. So let's come right here. How do we go about this? We have to take a look at our request, and from there we get the user. Now we know that the user is the same user. We're going to select their UID or user ID, and I am going to assert its type as a string, and I'm going to store this inside of this variable. Now that this part is done, let's make sure that this request, it doesn't come from the request, it comes from the auth request. All right, so what else do we have? It says possibly undefined, but let's just add a question mark to get rid of that error. Now that we have that, we are going to do some changes here, but before jumping there and changing anything in there, let's grab one story from our database, and I'm going to tell you why. So how do we do that? Remember, we say await db collection and dot find one. Now, which one of the stories? I don't know. It depends on where the user is. Is the user looking at the photograph or the song or the echo? Which one? I'm not sure which one, and I don't care. I am going to handle all of them. But how do I find where the user is? Using the name. The reason that I did this is because depending on where the user is, we need to make sure whether or not the user has added the like. How do we make sure? We get back to our like IDs, remember? So here I'm going to say const like IDs. This is going to be equal to stories dot on the stories we have this like IDs. So if the user has provided a like, that is going to go into the like IDs. But what if the user has, maybe there are 10 stories, the user has read 9 of them but hasn't read the 10th one, or maybe there is a story that the user has not actually liked. So this, in that scenario, is going to be an empty array. All right, I hope everything's clear. And one final step in here is to basically make sure if the user has provided a like, that is included within that array. If it is included, then we are not going to let the user like. If the like ID is not included, then we are going to let the user actually provide a like. All right, so I'm going to say const, and I'm going to name this very generically, can like. UID, if there is a UID, and the like ID does not exist, like IDs dot includes UID. So if there is a UID, user ID, and there is no like ID, then the user can like. So where do I use this one? I am basically going to say if can like, then let's just grab all of this and put it right here. Save this. Now, so we basically said we want to increment the like, but there is in somewhere in here, we need to actually push the like IDs to the array as well. So beneath here, I'm going to say $push. What do I want to do? I want to grab the like IDs and I want to push the user ID in there. And let's save that. Now, what if the user can't like? What if in that scenario? So in that scenario, we're just going to say response.send status for 403, 400. Doesn't really matter here. So what else do I want to do? I think that's it. For our backend, of course, we have to jump into our front end and we need to make some changes inside of there, because we did say that the front end is sending some kind of an auth token. It should send some kind of an auth token, right? So let's go ahead and let's make sure that the front end is actually sending an auth token. So for that, we're going to go to our story page. We are here in the like story. So beneath here, I'm going to say const token. This is going to be equal to user. If there is a user, then we want to send an auth token. And since we are talking to the backend, there should be an await here, user, and then on the user, remember I told you that you should not type annotate user because there is just a ton of information on there and it's going to be different depending on the user. Let's hit dot and there we go. See, so for every individual user, you have all of this info. And where is this coming from? This is coming from Firebase. So you have delete, display name, email, email verified. We have this get ID token. We are looking for this one. See, get ID token. And that's a function. So now that we have this token, we need to go ahead and use this. So I'm going to say const headers. If we have a token, if we have a token, then we want to send that token as an auth token to the backend. So auth token is equal to token. Otherwise, I'm just going to send an empty object. And you saw how we actually handled these inside of our backend. And now you know where they're coming from. All right, so we got the auth token here from our request headers, and we checked it, and we basically authenticated our users like that. And let's come to our front end. Now, where am I going to use this headers? I'm going to copy the headers. So within this post request, within the request, now keep in mind, where are we sending the request? The request is being sent using Axios. So in here, I am going to pass in an object, and that object is going to be the headers. Save that. Since with this request, we are not sending a request body, I am going to set it to null. So the second argument that you pass right here, this is going to be the request body, but then we're going to send headers as the request headers. And the rest of the stuff should stay the same. It seems like we're done with our like story function. Let's jump into our server. And yes, we seem to have implemented everything. So hopefully there is not going to be any error. Let's go ahead and log in. So I'm going to create a brand new account so we know that we have not liked. I have actually forgotten how many stories have I liked. So I could say mern101@gmail.com. This is the password. And there we go. We are logged in. And let's go to this void. Now I'm sure that I have not liked any of the stories. So if I click on this, okay, we didn't see anything. Let's go to our network. Where is network? Right here. Now I'm going to reload the page. Click on it again. Let's see what kind of an error do we get. Let's bring this up. We get a 400 error. 400 error. What does that mean? That means that our user is not authenticated. There we go. So this is like if the user cannot like, that's 403, but 400 is when the user is not authenticated using this middleware. So what's wrong with this middleware? Request, okay, response, next, auth token. Oh, this should not be capital. This T in the auth token should not be capital. This should be lowercase. And I believe I made it capital here as well. Where is like? Where are you? See? It should be lowercase. And hopefully that is the only issue. So let's reload the page. Let's say like. Oh, there we go. We got 33. And now if I do another like, what should we get? We should get something that says 403. And there we go. You can see it says 403. Status that we sent back was 403. Okay, now let's make sure that we can add a comment to this. So there is like a ton of comments. Maybe go to another story. So there is no comments in there. You can see no comment. Let's say new developer or newcomer. What should I name this? Can't I come up with a name? I'm say Bob Doe. Do we have that Bob Doe? I could say Bobby. I'm not sure. I don't know. Weird. Or awesome with a ton of these. Let's try to add the comment. Where is the comment? Okay, the comment is not being added. Let's see what is the error. So if I go to network, if I go to console, it's the first one is 403. That's from the previous one, from the like. But you can see from the comments, we got 400. And again, the same issue. It's because the user is not authenticated. And So we made sure that the user was authenticated when the user provided likes, but then even if the user wants to write comments, the user has to be authenticated. And that's the good thing about our middleware. So if you want to do anything, if you want to manipulate, as I said, our app in any way, you have to be authenticated. And how do we implement the authentication in here? It's almost the same as our like. So we did this, right? I'm going to copy it. I'm going to go above there, put it right there, and then we need to pass in the headers. Now, once I'm providing the posts as a request to the backend, I'm sending this. We have a request body, which is this one. So headers is going to come after the request body. So I'm going to hit enter and I'm going to pass in headers right here. Now keep in mind, with like, we had null because with like, we don't have any request body. But with the comment, we do have a request body, which is this written by and content. Now let's refresh the page. Unfortunately, we have to write our comment again. That was Bobby, and it was this one, right? I could say awesomer. I'm not sure. I'm just writing something to be more unique. And there we go. We got our comment. That's very good. And we should be able to see the changes inside of here as well. Which story is that? That's the song story. So if I go to the song, reload the page, if I go to the song, you can see it has one comment. By whom? By Bobby. Awesomer. But we didn't like that because as soon as I like it, there is going to be another array here added as well. And that is the like IDs. So let's click on it. There we go. So if I refresh the page, if I come right here, we have our like ID. And the ID that is written here, that's the user ID, because that's what we specified in our server. So we said, depending on the user ID, if the user has an ID, then they can add a like. So if I come right here, now you can see we already have this. If I go to the server, if I go to the front and try to add a like, I shouldn't be able, and I get a 403. What is 403? 403 is, let's go, we are in the server. It's right here. We said if the user can like, then like it. Otherwise, we're going to send a 403, and that's it. That's what we got. And one last thing before letting you go, inside of our backend, you can see we don't have any get ignore, and it is a best practice to not commit your credentials for your Firebase applications to GitHub. And also, why commit node modules? So I have created a get ignore. I'm just going to put it right here, and that is it for this application. See you in the next one.